Who are the Mario Brothers usually trying to save? We go to Josh to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Yeah, cup.
Yeah, cup.
Yeah, cup. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Josh. I haven't really thought about
I'd
cup
almost forgotten it.
in a while. All right, who are the Mario Brothers usually trying to save?
Princess Peach.
Yes, Princess Peach. Hold on, buddy. Going to give you a 4-bag of tickets, Lincoln Mill Haunted House, Main Street, Manayunk, and it is for this Saturday. Featuring over 50 live scare actors, production quality sets, props, and special effects. Plus, you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manayunk. Tickets and info at LincolnMillHaunt.com. Reach out to Casey for a summary of all that
Of
stuff.
the history.
All right, I got some stories to pass along to you. We're going to start with this, man. This is pretty wild. In an exclusive interview with People Magazine published yesterday, John Stamos spoke about his forthcoming memoir, which is titled If You Would Have Told Me, and he shared that he was sexually abused by a babysitter when he was 10 or 11 years old. Yeah. The Full House actor said that he packed the abuse away, as people do, and didn't tell anyone. He said it was like you're playing dead, so they'll stop. But it wasn't totally aggressive. I don't know. It was not good. So he's being kind of vague about it. He added that he didn't want the book to become about his experience. This experience, he said, it was a page or something, but I felt like I had to talk about it. He said it was weird. It was something that I think I was probably like 10 or 11 when it happened, and I shouldn't have to deal with those feelings. He also addressed his marriage to Rebecca Romaine in the interview. They got married in 1998. They divorced 6 years later. He said, in my mind back then, she was the devil, and I just hated her.
Wow.
He said, I couldn't believe how much I hated her, and it ruined my life.
I hate you.
I hate you. So, yeah, he literally.
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
I had no idea.
Wait, what? After they separated,
At the
he
end.
just hated her?
Yeah. So,
Wow.
but after he joined AA, he said his perspective changed. He said, you start thinking, it's like, oh, she wasn't the devil. Maybe I was as much to blame as her. So it opened up his eyes. He got off the booze, and he was able to come to terms and feel a little bit better about that. But I didn't know about the, being molested as a kid. So
horrible.
he's opening up about that stuff. All right, this is the sad news of the day. Burt Young, who played Paulie in 6 of the Rocky films, drawing an Oscar nomination for supporting actor for his performance in the original 1976 film, passed away. He was 83 years old. I know, Marissa. I'm looking at Marissa. Yeah, she got to interview him.
Yeah, on the red carpet.
It was kind of a short conversation. He was definitely, up there in years and was a little bit slower in his response. But yeah, Marissa, you had a chance to meet him.
But he was so kind. He was so excited to meet everybody on the press line. And he was older. And that's so sad.
Yeah. Young's temperamental, jealous, but nonetheless loyal and caring Paulie Panino was Rocky's best friend.
You always forget his last name.
Yeah, I didn't know it. But he was a problematic friend who shouts at Adrian during her pregnancy, resulting in the premature birth of Rocky's son. He draws Rocky into a street fight, and in 1990's Rocky V is the cause of the Balboa's bankruptcy. In 2006's Rocky Balboa, Paulie is back where he started, working at the meatpacking plant, but he's laid off and loses his skepticism about Rocky's return to the ring and serves as his corner man. He's so great.
He's excellent in that because he's carrying the weight of all of those missteps, and he feels terrible about the way he treated Adrian.
He was so mean to Adrian, especially
is.
in the first Rocky. It's hard to watch because he's such an abusive.
And yet there's like an exchange, Preston, that I think would be where you really see him and Stallone, where he's like, you got to stop doing it. And he goes, she likes you, like in a playful way. And there's that exchange. It's so natural, so real.
Well, and they really addressed it in Rocky Balboa, which is one of Steve and I's favorite films of the Rocky cluster. And at the beginning of the movie, Rocky's going around. It was Adrian's birthday. She had passed, and he's going to all these places that meant something to him. And the whole time, Paulie's going, come on, let's go. And he's like, Paulie, what's wrong with you? He's like, you were good to her. You had the good times.
Yeah.
I was bad to her.
Yeah.
And it was, and he
breaks
knows
down.
it. He owns it. It was so heartbreaking
But
and
that's
wonderful.
Great acting.
Oh, it's fantastic acting. A lot of people, kind of look at that Paulie character and say, that guy was just a jerk. There was an actor playing that part who was giving it a soul and making it that awesome. He was nominated for an Oscar for that. So
he has the most. If you were to watch that original Rocky, you would think, okay, they just plucked this guy off the corner, not knowing that he came from the stage and that he was a trained actor. I mean, that's how good he was.
in this article, it describes the character Paulie. He said he had, or the actor, he could take a thug or a goon or a mug and give him more personality, more sympathy somehow than the role deserved. And then, of course, Casey and I, one of our favorite movies is Back to School. And he played Lou, the chauffeur and bodyguard to Rodney Dangerfield. He's awesome in that movie.
Yeah, he goes, what does he say? He goes, I don't get violent. I get upset. And when I get upset, he gets violent. And then you go to Burt Young and he just crushes a can with his hand.
Yeah. There's a great line in that movie, too, where he's like, hey, listen, I'm, like your father, I'm tough. But I'm nice. He goes like, one son I put through college, the other I put through a wall. He played also Bedbug Eddie, the vindictive monster, who's $150,000. The two protagonists in 1984's The Pope of Greenwich Village, played by Eric Roberts and Mickey Rourke, unwisely steal from a safe. It's the whole cutting the thumb off scene. Yeah. And he's really intimidating in that movie.
I think that, I wonder how many times both he and Joe Pesci went up for the same role.
Yeah.
You know?
He outside of all the films, and he was in a load of movies, he did a lot of TV shows and TV movies as well.
He's one of David Mamet's favorites.
Tales from the Crypt, Columbo, The Outer Limits, Russian Doll, even Walker, Texas Ranger. He was in The Sopranos as well. He played the father. Now, you have to forgive me because I didn't watch Sopranos, but he played the father of Steve Sciarippa's Bobby Bacala.
Yeah.
And Tony mentions to Bobby that it was odd that he had never whacked anyone, considering his father, who fronted as a barber, was the Terminator in that respect. He played in The Sopranos, too. He was born in Queens. Apparently, he was mysterious about many details of his past, including his family's original last name. He dropped out of school when he was 15, joined the Marines, served for 2 years, and then he was trained by Lee Strasberg at the Actors Studio.
The great acting coach, taught Brando and a whole bunch of others.
Stallone paid tribute to Burt Young on Instagram, writing to my dear friend Burt Young, you were an incredible man and artist. I and the world will miss you very much. His wife, Gloria, passed away in 1974, and he's survived by a daughter, Anne Maria.
There's a movie that came out in the late 90s called Mickey Blue Eyes, and it gets passed over quite a bit.
It's Hugh Grant. Right?
It is, and James Caan and Burt Young plays like the lead gangster. I love that movie. I don't know if it's a guilty pleasure or what, but he plays this guy who's just like evil, and you don't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy, but he plays it really, really well, and it's a really subtle acting job. I think it's a good movie.
Norm Macdonald would always use that title as a go. When it comes to movies, you can't do better than Mickey Blue Eyes.
Here is the clip with Marissa talking to Burt Young.
Excellent.
Real short clip here.
Out of all the Rockies, which one is your favorite? One?
Yeah, because it was the inventor. It caught on so fast and so strong. I was proud. I had done a lot of work already. I had done to work with him for the first time.
Now I have to ask, do people come up to you on the streets and talk to you like you are Paulie?
They come and punch me.
What did he say? Over the whole country or
Yeah.
something like that? But he was very, very quiet.
The Countries.
Yeah. Come back to my place.
Oh, my God. You got to love him. So sad news. Burt Young, 83 years old.
You know what? I mean, he yo.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times that he'll live on
Yeah.
forever? Not only because of his vast, voluminous film work, but because of the clips we play.
Yeah, that was in response to Paulie's yo. Well, all right, a couple of other stories to run by you while speaking to Bill Maher on his podcast. Tommy Lee shared that during the Motley Crue heydays, he was drinking 2 gallons of vodka a day.
So,
No, he
again,
wasn't.
exactly.
No, he wasn't.
you would die. I don't care how seasoned an alcoholic you are.
Listen, I know somebody who was drinking a gallon a day, and I know that's an extra, but like even that, wouldn't you go, no, there's no way. It's not
I would have said
possible."
no way to a gallon.
And
Yeah. But like, all right, so as a pack-a-day smoker, right? When people would say that they smoke 2 packs, I'm like, how the hell do you smoke 2 packs a day?
Right.
You know, I'm like, I'm only able to fit those 20 cigarettes into one day. I don't know how you're able to do 40. And so for anybody who might be a gallon, you might think the same thing, but I don't know.
Here's what I think. I think that at some point it wouldn't be out of the ordinary that, dude, remember that day we drank 2 gallons of vodka?
Right.
Okay.
You know, maybe in a just a bender day that he and a friend knocked off 2 gallons or something like that. But you're not downing 2 gallons of vodka every day. There's no way.
Are you suggesting that Tommy Lee is prone to hyperbole?
I mean, it would kill you pretty quick.
Even Mar in the clip is like, what?
Yeah. So Mar in disbelief pushed back as Tommy was exaggerating, and Lee confirmed by telling him, "Just ask my wife about it." But
Which one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thankful of how his liver made it through that wild period of his life.
His
he
liver
said.
was on another microphone.
I don't know how he did it. Christ, I mean, I'm like in a bam, 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 uppercut, bam.
But he said, that's what I'm saying. I pinch myself on a daily basis. So
He certainly brutalized his body. There's no two questions.
Oh, those guys have forgotten more about partying than any of us will ever know. But I find it hard to believe that you as a human being could survive a couple of gallons a day.
The funniest thing is there was a recent interview with the Osbournes, and Sharon Osbourne talked about Ozzy Osbourne, how she was afraid when he would hang out with Motley Crue.
Yes.
Oh, they're a bad influence.
Wow. Courtney Cox has opened up about her biggest beauty regret, and that is getting filler in her face. The actress, of course, was on screen to a huge audience since Friends first aired in 1995 when she was just 30 years old. And now at 59, she's talking about the pressures of looking young and how she wishes she hadn't given in. I was watching a clip of her the other day on one of those DNA genealogy shows.
Yes, right, yeah.
And they were doing close-up shots of her face. She looks a lot better now.
I think she let it all
a lot
kind of
better now.
Yeah.
She got rid of all that. She said, my biggest beauty regret is fillers. There's so much pressure to stay looking young in this industry that once you start, it becomes a bit of a domino effect and you keep on having more.
She was just such a fresh-faced starlet when she first came on the scene, and that's what she was known for, all-American good looks.
Yeah, I do feel bad for actresses in Hollywood because they are held to and kept to a standard that I think is just unfair and unattainable.
Yeah, but they do. I mean, you can't help
they
it.
They all do, I know.
They all succumb.
But I'm watching Morning Show, season 3 started a little while back, and Jennifer Aniston and her, they're contemporaries, and she just left. But
boom, boom.
She going big bodies.
Yeah.
But Jennifer Aniston has had to have had work done. I know she had a nose job early on in her career.
Right.
Yeah.
But the way she looks is pretty natural looking, right? Like, I don't look at her going,
you can do
look,
it. Yeah, it depends. But it's weird. When you do go out, and we talk about the time, it was a couple of years ago, Preston and I were out at a radio function, and you see a lot of people who look that way. So when you're surrounded by people, and you're like, wait, why don't I look like that? You might be inclined to get that filler and all that work done.
So she said to the rest of the world, your face is so obviously changing, but to yourself, because you're only having one procedure at a time, you don't notice. She said it was a total waste of time, and I wish I hadn't caved into the pressure of having it. Speaking earlier this year, she had said she messed up her face by getting too many fillers. She had all of her fillers removed in 2017. And speaking about the removal, she had said, thank God they're removable, but I think I messed up a lot, and now, luckily, I can, and I was able to reverse most of that. So she was, overdoing it. Obviously, it was clear. Everybody, we were all seeing it.
Yeah,
talking about it.
She got a new movie out. I think it's a comedy horror. I think it is. I'm not sure, Nick, if you get a second to look and see what it is, but I think that's what she's promoting.
Her most latest thing, her latest endeavor. Gwyneth Paltrow has plans for the future. According to an interview with Bustle published on Wednesday, they include retiring in a few more years and, quote, vanishing into thin air.
I mean, Goop has to have eclipsed anything she ever did with acting, right?
She said, I will literally disappear from public life. No one will ever see me again. And during the interview, she opened up about her divorce to Chris Martin as well. sharing that she was very burdened by the idea that she can't get divorced. She said she was worried about what it would mean for their 2 children. She said it weighed very, very heavily on me. My kids are great. They're grounded and grateful and funny. But Chris and I both didn't want to have them experience a divorce as a trauma. So we knew that it would be hard. And of course, we didn't want them to ever feel in the middle or that one of us was slagging off the other one.
This is Apple and Moses, the kids?
Yeah. So, but she says when she does retire, she ain't going to do nothing.
Steve, the vehicle that you were referring to is called Shining Vale. It's a TV show, and it's on Stars. And
okay.
This is, I believe, the 2nd season of it, but that's the one with Courtney Cox, and then the co-star is Greg Kinnear.
Thank you.
Let's see here. People reports that One Tree Hill actress Sophia Bush and professional soccer player Ashlyn Harris might be taking their friendship to the next level.
Oh.
Well, this is according to a source who said after being friends for years and running in the same social circles, Sophia and Ashlyn went out on their first dinner date a couple of weeks ago. This is so recent that they are both beginning new chapters.
I think they just both broke up with their other significant others.
Yes, they did. So Bush filed for divorce from her husband, Grant Hughes, in August, while Harris filed from divorce from her wife, Allie Krieger, in September.
I wonder how weird that is for friends and people who have been friends for a long time that have never had any sort of sexual interaction.
Yeah.
That first time where it's like I've always
want to conduct an experiment.
Kathy.
Ew.
I know. I'm thinking.
There's your answer.
Yeah, she just grosses me out.
Yeah. Well, listen. It's a leap of faith because it can ruin a friendship.
Yeah.
If one of you has,
it got weird, didn't it?
Yeah, totally. If one of you has amorous, feelings and the other one does not, even confessing that to someone, can cause irreparable damage.
How many freaking rom-coms has that been the center of?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, how many? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hallmark.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All that. I love you. Yeah. Let's see here. According to Page 6, Kris Jenner. We haven't talked about these guys in a while.
No. It's like 7 minutes.
Is working hard to get the Duke and Duchess of Sussex to make an appearance on The Kardashians.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. A source
Why not ask King Charles?
Told Bella Magazine it's no coincidence that the Kardashians all move in the same circles as Meghan's.
I'd really like to meet Scott Disick.
It's just a slam dunk for the two families to team up, but Kris doesn't want to push too aggressively too soon. Even if it's just a cameo, that's a huge win for Kris. The business side is now in motion and looking very lucrative, the source said.
It's already a win.
Yeah.
That would be a score, but I don't think they need that to make money.
By the way, speaking of the king, did you see it was, it might have been earlier this week or over the weekend, there's a video, there's a group of mountain bikers.
Yeah.
And they were out on Balmoral Estate riding, and I guess there's some public areas of that. And they're riding along, and the guy's got his helmet cam on, and there's King Charles by himself.
Wow.
Out walking in the fog with a cane on this muddy trail. And they stop, and they have this little...
That's cool.
Lovely little 5-minute conversation with him, and he's joking around and having fun, and it's really neat. You should watch it when you get a chance.
I enjoyed this conversation. I won't have you beheaded.
But as they leave, as they start pedaling off, the guy with the helmet cam, he goes, "That was a king, by the way." And it's worth your time to watch it. It's really nice.
Are they English or are they American?
They're not American. Okay. I couldn't tell by the accent, but if they might be Scottish.
Look who it is! Oh my God! You're the king of England.
I'm not 100% sure, but
here we are, pedaling away on a dirt path, and who do we encounter? The king of England.
Walking in the muck.
Walking in the muck and the mire, getting it all over his fancy boots.
The mire.
It's an honor to meet you, sir, out here in the middle of God's country.
But
Would you like part of my Metrex bar?
He ends up a half-eaten one. Yeah.
That's the part I didn't bite.
But he was saying, they were asking him, so you're out here. He's like, because apparently his entourage was miles ahead of him. And he's like, no, I like my walks alone. I like to just be out here.
You did?
For real.
That's crazy. A man of your importance walking by himself. But if it's what you enjoy, do it. Now we're off on our way.
So if you get a chance, take a look at that.
You ever see the Terminator? It was awesome.
Marissa sent me this story, and I want to mention this. Jim Jenkins, a creator of the beloved Nicktoon Doug, says that he has developed a sequel series.
Doug 2?
No, I don't know what it's going to be called. Jenkins initially disclosed the project in an interview that aired earlier this year. However, his comments were only recently picked up on social media. Dubbed Doug Kids. That's what it'd be called. The project will focus on Doug and Patty Mayonnaise, now adults and married, and their 2 children, Yancey and Doug Jr.
You a fan of Doug?
Nah, I remember it, though.
Yeah.
But it wasn't one that we, as a family, watched. I don't recall. Marissa?
Oh, yeah. It was like the start of that Saturday morning Nicktoons kind of thing, and it was big. I had just shared, I just saw a little meme about this. I shared it, and my DMs went wild for so many people who were
Did you blow up on
excited about
Blabbermouth?
Oh my God! No, I'm not Jackie famous, Steve. No,
That's
but it was good. It was part of that like Ren and Stimpy group, and it was just classic. It was this little dorky kid that we all identified with.
Yeah, I remember seeing him all over the place at the time, but I don't know. A lot of people watched.
The show would also feature adult versions of Skeeter, Roger, BB Judy, Chalky, and other original
Blister.
characters. Jenkins said that he developed the sequel series at the encouragement of Disney Plus, who owns the copyright to Doug. And he cautioned that the project's still in the very early stages at Disney Plus. They have yet to give the full green light. However, Jenkins went as far as to share an early storyboard of the sequel series with the hope that it would compel Disney Plus to move forward with the project. So if you're a fan, maybe that'll be coming out. We'll see about that. All right, we're ready for clips. All right. The Mill is a new science fiction thriller film about a Friday night party at an old abandoned mill that turns into a nightmare for 8 college kids. And here, director Sean King O'Grady talks about the excitement he felt when he first started this film.
For me, when you're reading scripts, it's kind of funny because sometimes you're looking for ways that you can kind of mold them and make them your own, and they're not quite perfect. And this was one that I couldn't sleep the night I read it because I knew I absolutely had to make this movie next.
I don't think I want to see it.
Watch The Mill. It's now on Prime. Here's our next clip. Killers of the Flower Moon, a new movie set in the 1920s, is about members of the Osage Native American tribe that are murdered after oil is found on their land, and the FBI decides to investigate. In this clip, actor Leonardo DiCaprio discusses the approach that they took in creating this film.
What if we take the chance in getting to the heart of this story and the Osage community and this insane dynamic in Oklahoma at that time? Another chapter of development of getting even further into the truth of that story and trying to be as honest as we possibly could about the atrocities that occurred.
Good boy.
Killers of the Flower Moon is out in theaters now.
It's almost 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3:45 or something ridiculous.
That's a hell of a
like that.
commitment.
That is
when you have to piss.
That is a long-ass movie. All right, that's your entertainment report for you this morning. We have a lot of things taking place, including Crumb Bum Cash. That is coming up. And, of course, we're going to have on the program James Murray will be joining us, and Michael Barkann.
Yes.
We're going to talk a little bit about the Phillies at some point. And also, when we return, we have an announcement about something that's pretty cool I think you're going to enjoy.
Yes.
So stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment, friend.
Of that ilk.
I just
They
want to
are
give them some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. You just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
You
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother? I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't he?
Start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo.
Goo.
Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that.
thinking
Let's go back to
Sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate-covered things.
In general,
and trying to do it yourself.
It's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what does this guy say?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know, yeah.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
That'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be
ball
able to.
sacks are ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are ball sack. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball.
It's like Max
sacks are yummy. Do it slowly.
Oh, okay.
Even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
Just made a mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said...
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let Cold Cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes Cold Cooter.
And the shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. I'm like, nobody really
But
said
I mean,
anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy Cold Cooter, I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
Inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
They never do it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. And two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon. I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
we watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah.
But I was just surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
It's just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
there
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay.
I've not
and
seen it.
loud.
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in love with a dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. It feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
We call it the Hershey Highway.
Are you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis. By penis.
By penis.
By penis.
I'm working my way through. Obviously, we're approaching it with sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See,
I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
Very different Michael McDonald.
All right,
Oh, it's the one from
I know that guy.
Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this guy.
excellent. He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and
Okay.
he plays the other gay dad.
It's not the one from
the Doobies.
the Doobie Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what do they call it? A Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This
damn
is
it.
Tom Johnston.
That's Tom Johnston. There you go. That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me because I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called, what's it called, Loud House?
Well, that's
Yeah,
Michael
yes.
MacDonald, right? And this is Michael McDonald?
You might
or
be
are
right.
they both? Mick.
They're both McDonald.
Both Mick.
Oh,
M-C-D-O-N-A-L. I don't know what animal you just said. I don't know what noise. I don't know what noise to make.
And the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald.
The Loud House.
The Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here? Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator.
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
And showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
And
What happened to the skeleton man? He created Full House.
I don't know why you're still here.
Don't even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey,
right.
Pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table because they currently were the winners of, and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, nope, they're right.
No, you own the table if you stay at the table
and keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
But
Maybe
apparently
they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters
but
there.
they left. I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament.
Because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, what is this? This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of
This is
dicks.
what you do.
You should have done the thing that
this is your thing
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know we're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and
So
go.
the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
You know? Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
I love it. But some people did have to make a night of it on Friday. And one of the stories that we didn't get a chance to hear was from our intern, Christy, because she was up at the Cardboard Classic with us and made a break for it on Friday after the Cardboard Classic. And we heard, now I've already heard the story, but I'll let her tell you guys.
I haven't, yeah.
That she ended up having to stay with a stranger, that a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it. I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Christy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out trying to get out of there. And
what time?
Yeah.
What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
It was
12, 15.
15?
15.
Yeah, okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car,
Right.
went to the bathroom, all that stuff. And then so I started to leave, and right as I'm leaving, a fire truck must have like exploded or something.
Exploded?
Onto the road. It just tipped over. Someone said that they were going like.
He had reported to us that he had seen some dorm rooms recently, and I don't know if you saw a video or what it was.
Yeah, my nieces. I have a couple of nieces that are freshmen in college this year, but my one in particular, she's at Syracuse, and she just did this this little tour, video tour of a room, and I guess maybe she was sending it to her mom, and then she shared it with me and my brothers.
Blew you away,
dude. I'm like, when I and listen, I was fine living in the horrible, terrible, like cinder block room. It was fine.
Halfway to a prison cell.
But listen, when I was 18, 19 years old, like the most people would do for their rooms is like maybe they would put their beds up on cinder blocks to give them a little bit more storage underneath the bed.
Right.
And like that was it. Now, I mean, these people are getting headboards. I mean, it looks like a
more than
beautiful,
just headboards.
I know that's just one little thing, but even the headboard blew me away.
Yeah, everything in these rooms. So it's a TikTok trend to show when the kids were going back to college, to show your room and what you've done. And mostly, I would say, I think it's mostly the girls that are doing this.
No, you're right.
But Casey is right. Like, I looked and I was like, I mean, I want to go back to college anyway, but I want to go back just so I can redo my room. Like, I can't believe we weren't doing this when we were there. We were literally in a cinder block room with like one thing hung on the wall. These rooms look better than my house.
We're looking at a picture one right now that you would think was like a hotel room.
An ad.
Yeah.
So therein started the origin of the announcement that we're going to make right now. And there's an opportunity to win something pretty sweet here. So I would like to announce, first of all, the name of this particular promotion that we're doing. It is called Preston and Steve's Dorm Decor TikTok Tour. Hey. All right, so we have an opportunity for a student to win $1,000. Thanks to our friends at College Ave Student Loans.
Awesome.
Yes.
I love that.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put it to you, Greg, to make a sorry, it's a line from Animal House. To make a short video, and you start off by saying, hey, Preston and Steve. So that's the only requirement. That has to be the intro to it. Hey, Preston and Steve. And then you show off your decked out dorm room, and you can enter it at our contest page at WMMR.com. Now, we're giving you until November 2nd to make the video and post it. And it has to be done by 11 a.m. Thursday, November 2nd. Then we will put them up for a vote to see who wins. And the voting won't start till November 4th. So you have between now and the 2nd. So you got a few days to get to that. And show us what you got. And you might win $1,000. And like I said, that is courtesy of College Avenue Student Loans. So it's a pretty sweet deal.
Oh, yeah.
And
I think this is really cool.
College Ave Student Loans, by the way, a better way to pay for college.
You know what kind of damage I could do in college with $1,000?
Oh.
You know how many packs of Jack cigarettes I could buy with?
Cases of Natty Light.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, some of these, like the stuff that we're seeing in a couple of pictures we saw are amazing. So I'm looking forward to what this yields.
So my youngest son just started going to Westchester University. We moved him in a few weeks ago. Yep.
Rams.
And but he moved into an apartment complex.
Okay.
But still, it's fairly bare bones. It's not the cinder block setup.
Are there a lot of students in the building?
Oh, it's all students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every bit of it's
It's just
all
not
students.
a dorm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was already impressed with what they've done decoration wise. It's really cool. Hung up tapestries.
Yeah.
On the ceiling and
Tapestries is a big thing.
Tapestries are very common.
Yeah.
But these are, but they're decorative. It looks cool.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. We love tapestries. And as a matter of fact, I remember when I was pledging, I had to go get a tapestry for my pledge master. And I was like, dude, that was a big deal. I was like, because now I'm picking out decor for his room. And I got one, and he loved it, and it was awesome. And it gave us something to do. You would throw, Nick, I don't know if you guys did this or not, beer caps into the tapestry, and they would just collect beer caps for the entire semester.
There was a lot of downtime in college.
So we wanted to wait to get this promotion underway because we wanted everybody to get settled in and have it just the way they want it.
And so now you figure you're hitting the stride, right?
Yeah.
Because it takes a while. Because judging by the elaborate nature of what we're seeing so far, again, anytime I've ever gone, and I never lived in a dorm situation, so I didn't have, but I had a girlfriend, that had a dorm, and I'd go visit her, and even that with her flourishes still looked incarceration-y. Yeah. It still looked like some sort of facility. Yeah. But they did the best they could. Nothing like what I'm seeing now.
Casey and I were freshmen in the same year in 1993, and Casey, I'm sure this was the case at our sinus, but half the dorm rooms had a Bob Marley poster. A lot of the dorm rooms had a Pearl Jam poster with Eddie Vedder leaning up against Jeff Ament. A lot of people had Anna Nicole Smith hanging in their room.
Nicole and then what
Smith.
else?
Guess. The guest poster.
Pulp Fiction.
That was about to say. Pulp Fiction /
What about
Reservoir-
Scarface?
No. Some.
Yeah.
But Pulp Fiction / Reservoir Dogs. That was all over the place.
Oh, and you know what I got? I had that stealth bomber 3D, like you had to stare.
Yes.
At the
the magic eye.
The magic eye.
Right.
When
Yep.
I had that. Wait, that was my freshman year. I was like,
Did you have Jaffa blocks?
Oh, yes.
What are those?
Are you
I'm
kidding?
sorry.
There'd be commercials on TV all the time for Jaffa
Jaffa
blocks,
blocks.
which were like storage
They're
things,
just
right?
Stackable.
They're like the stackable crates. That's where we would keep our clothes because the dresser that you got was like tiny and sometimes you had to share it. So you would get the Jaffa blocks and then just
They'd
throw
run
your
a
clothes
commercial in
that.
New York called Jaffa blocks for your dorm room.
Did you guys have a bathroom in your dorm room?
No.
Not in the room.
You had to use a shared
community.
down the hall.
And I was on a co-ed hall, so every other room was boys and girls, and then so there was but some dorms were like co-ed by floor, and then I think there were a few dorms that were just exclusively men or exclusively women.
Yeah.
Did you have a cool RA or were
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Rena?
dude.
And I had a cool RRD, yeah, and there were Amos was the my buddy Solomon Larison, and Amos.
He was famous.
Amos was famous. Amos had a huge girlfriend. Anyway,
Like she was large,
massive.
Nice to meet you, Nicholas.
But Amos was one of those guys where not only would he allow you to smoke weed, he would join you.
Would he sell it?
He was not the seller of it.
So RAs are again. I'm not familiar with the whole thing because I didn't do it. But the RAs are routinely active students at the time.
Oh yeah. They get free
Yeah.
like room and board.
All right.
So that's the thing. That you have to. You're basically the policeman of the dorm, but as a result, you get to room and board for
So
free.
statistically, how many times are they really enforcing the laws?
Oh no! So I had
some
two.
are bad.
I had two RAs that would enforce.
Strict?
Oh yeah, they were strict. They would enforce the rules, and we would laugh at them. Obviously, coming home after having a few cocktails at a
Right.
keg party in someone's basement.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, there were times where like we hid from them. We just shut the door, and I remember one time we actually shut the door to our dorm room, locked it, got in bed, and pretended like we were sleeping, as if we actually needed to be in bed. Like she couldn't see us. And we were just, and she was knocking away, and the people next door answered their door, and they ended up getting in trouble for what we did because we pretended we were sleeping.
Kath, my RA freshman year was Mormon, and I was like, okay, we're in.
Do you
for
have
it.
coffee in here?
Steve, he bought our beer for us.
What?
Really?
Yes.
Well, that is a less than
He was the
strict
best.
Mormon.
But
Yeah.
he was on one, and then the guy down the hall who was the RA for Curtis, which is where who wrote the Catcher in the Rye?
Salinger.
Salinger. That's where he lived.
So you went to school with J.D. Salinger?
I did not. I was there a little bit after him, but he lived
You
in
guys
that.
were Pledge Brothers.
Yeah,
weren't you?
yeah.
Oh my God, he was always writing.
JD, John David. I don't actually know what JD stands for, but the guy
Johann Dilbert.
he was a little bit tougher. He's written me.
Do you think he could beat up Amos?
No.
Amos's girlfriend could definitely beat him up.
Wait, he's written up what?
He wrote. I got in a little trouble my freshman year.
Yeah.
Pretty early on.
When you get
Alcohol or
Yeah, it was all alcohol related. I was what you would call an all-pro freshman. I was on academic and disciplinary probation.
Hey,
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah.
Way to go, buddy.
Yeah, but I was on Dispro by homecoming. I had gotten.
You know why I was on disciplinary probation was because of friends that came to visit. So Steve, I had
it's the
friends.
worst.
It was the worst. Yeah. So
because they look at it as open season.
because they're not going to get in
They're
trouble.
not going to get in trouble.
So I went to Bucknell, which is in the middle of the state, and about a half hour to the east of Bucknell was Bloomsburg, and then about 45 minutes to the west was Penn State. So we would all get together on random weekends or whatever. My friend Tim Sullivan, who's probably listening right now, would always show up to Bucknell, and he'd be the one that get in trouble. And I ended up on probation.
It was always the friends of somebody who started fights on campus and
Drank
stuff like
too
that.
much.
All right, but going back to the dorms. So my freshman year dorm, it was a freshman dorm.
Take us on a virtual tour here.
But when I was a junior, my roommate and his father decided to build us a loft. And so lofts were big in school,
And
right?
I saw a few of those.
Yeah.
And they look like that would be the way to go at that time.
And this thing was sturdy, Steve.
Yeah.
It was super sturdy.
Like Step Brothers sturdy?
More than that. But
can we build bunk beds?
There was a slight design flaw in that if you didn't know any better, when you stood up from the couch that was underneath the loft, and that's what the loft was all about. You put your bedding up top, and then you have a living space underneath. It's great. But you would smash your head into the side of the loft. And if you stood up too fast, I mean, you would basically knock yourself out.
Well, a quick question.
Yeah.
When you do that, when you're out of there, when you're leaving, do you have to take that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah.
You have to empty the room.
Yeah, you take that. So you basically have to figure out what the dimensions of your room are. All
right.
Build this off-site somewhere first, right? Unless you want to do all that construction in the dorm room. Nobody wants to do that. So you build that off-site first, and then you come in, you basically just put it together like a puzzle. Now, when I was a freshman, this guy Heinz had a loft in his room, and Press, you would love this because he basically had like a little laboratory where you would go and sit down and smoke pot with him, right? And he was a senior, and you were a freshman. You were like, oh my God, this is so cool. And you would come in, he had like a little card table, and he would summons you in. All right, Wiggles, that was my nickname. Wiggles, get in here. And you would sit down.
Wiggles.
Yeah. He'd pass you and hand you the bong, and then you would do your thing, and then you would leave. And all right, you're up next, Joe.
Let me ask you something. With the preponderance of, or the fascination with tiny houses these days, I bet you there's more right, Kathy? Have you know the tiny
houses,
right?
yeah.
That there's stuff built exclusively
for small.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. For this kind of living.
Yep. Probably. If you're just tuning in, we've announced a contest we're doing. It's called Preston and Steve's Dorm Decor TikTok Tour. We're going to give away $1,000, and it's courtesy of our friends at College Avenue Student Loans. And we want you to make a short video. You start off by saying, hey, Preston and Steve, this is my dorm room. And then you take us on a little tour, and we're going to put it up for votes. The deadline is November 2nd, by the way. And we have, like I said, $1,000, and that can go a long way.
And there is a sample video that was Lauren had made. I don't know if that's her roommate or who it is, but if you go to PrestonandSteve.com, you can see kind of like what we're looking for.
Perfect. So we wanted students to get settled in after a while, get the room exactly the way they want it before we launch this. So I'm going to go to Josh, who's got a comment. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Hey, guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's up?
So, Penn State, Nick, you're probably familiar with this. East Halls used to, or they still are, they're the freshman dorms. They're furthest away from most of, campus. And back then, it used to be a rite of passage. No AC in the summer, no heat in the winter.
Yeah.
You got your standard mini fridge with the microwave. I don't even think you could call it a bed frame. It's like a metal spring.
Yeah, with the thinnest, most narrow mattresses that ever existed, and really, again, I know this was 30 years ago, and things have changed. But if you got air conditioning, that was a luxury. Most dorms, most apartment buildings in that era did not. Now, whenever they build new ones, of course they include air conditioning. Like Villanova's campus has doubled in size over the last decade or so. All of those new dorms are really, really nice.
We did a makeover at it. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, they're incredible. But East Halls, in the last 5 years, got a makeover. And when I went back up there, you look at it, and you, as an old student, you look at it, you go, are you kidding me?
Yeah, yes. They're spoiled.
Like, Steve, you said it was a jail. It was white cinder block. You look down the hallway, wood doors.
Yep.
You expect to see the lock from the outside and doctors with white coats.
Right, yeah. Where there's one master lock that pulls the bar across all the doors at the end.
Everybody can open the door at the same time.
Everyone steps out and gets inspected.
Yeah, and now they're lapping it up in luxury.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate to be like back in my day kind of a guy. I know it was 30 years ago.
I have to walk 10 miles for my pot.
But we would go up to visit, friends at Arts Fest in the summertime at Penn State. And so Arts Fest is a huge festival, and like they literally bring in artists from across the state. It's a really fun thing. It also turns into a giant party. But Steve, it takes place in the middle of July.
Right.
And there is, everybody is just disgusting because they're so sweaty and so gross, and you have no respite from it. You have to go back to a dorm room that, if you're really lucky, maybe you have a fan blowing hot air back into the room.
Right, like a convection oven.
Yeah.
Nick, I had to get a note from my doctor saying that I had allergies, so I could get an air conditioning unit.
So you put one in the window.
In the window,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's great.
And Steve, you joked about the RA, giving crap about having coffee in the room. You weren't allowed to have a microwave, and my neighbor got busted for having a microwave in her closet.
So was that the classic? So you couldn't have a microwave or a hot plate, correct? Anything that was a fire source.
Hot pots you could do.
Right, yeah, like there was something you could do, and she was like,
Basically-
I don't care. I'm putting a microwave in my closet.
Have they relaxed that, or do you have to live are you making Chi-Chi in the
I think they probably have it now. Like, you know what I mean? There was also common areas that you could use.
All
And
right.
like, same thing with Westchester. They redid a bunch of their dorms, so I'm sure it's easy to heat up some food now.
I've been on some college tours, so I can tell you from firsthand experience that there are a lot of places where you can either bring your own microwave, or you can just rent one from the university for the semester.
How much is that?
I don't even know. It might be like $75 and you get it for the semester.
What's a hot pot?
So you know what a hot plate is, right?
Yeah.
This is basically a self-contained hot plate. So you can cook your ramen noodles in there, your soup, pasta, whatever.
Okay.
It's just a pot that has a heating source on the bottom.
Inside of it.
Inside of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I accidentally
Use it
one
to
time
clean your bong.
No, well, no, you used Goo Gone for that stuff, but
Or you could use some denture cleaner.
Yeah,
Denture cleaner.
Oh, I didn't probably didn't.
I'm going with Captain Blackfingers on this one.
But I accidentally one time I was cooking ramen noodles and the hot pot was on the floor and I wasn't paying attention and I stepped into the boiling water.
Oh my God.
With my sock on, which helped retain the heat.
Worse.
It's
Oh,
way
you poor
worse.
son of a bitch.
Oh, that's way worse.
Oh,
No wonder you're on suspension.
Wow. Hang on. Amanda's got a comment. Amanda, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
So I was in college in 2006 in Central Virginia, which was Lynchburg College, is now University of Lynchburg. And me and my roommate, we decorated our whole room out to make it more livable.
Okay.
We decorated with stickers. Also, we had a lot of color. And we were complete opposites. So I, living in Jersey all my life, I went down to Virginia. He wanted to turn the heat on as soon as the temperature went into the 60s.
Right.
So when did you go there? Because I want to talk about something you might have. I don't know if you did this or not, but another thing people are doing is, Steve, they're basically wallpapering their rooms with like contact paper.
So they're wallpapering over.
It's the peel and stick wallpaper.
Okay, yeah.
because you can you can put it up and you can just take it down easily, and it supposedly doesn't rip anything off.
Wait, Amanda, did you do that?
We did that with we found colorful ones. This was I was there from 2006 to 2010.
So it sounds like you're very like a trippy acid color sort of thing going on there, because you mentioned color a number of times. But are most of the dorms, wouldn't the walls are mostly, they're not doing drywall in dorms, are they?
No, I feel like my dorm room.
You would
was-
need something very resilient.
No, you know what? No, because when it depends on where you live in. So I lived on campus housing sophomore through senior year. And those walls were like plaster drywall. But freshman year, I had a beautiful stone wall on one. It was a stone.
How old was the building?
Oh, many years old.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe built in the 1800s.
It's where Jebediah Ursinus lived.
Who the hell founded Ursinus?
You went there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You know what though? People like decorating the rooms and things like that, and making it look really nice. We did not decorate like that in any way.
I'm surprised you didn't.
Well, I mean, listen.
With Miss Fall Activities
Let me tell you, Steve. So the reason that I am friends with one of my best friends still today from college is when the first time I ever met her, I had to walk past her room to get to my room, and I peeked in, and I was like, oh, look, they have a rug in there. It's decorated nice. I was so surprised that at how nicely she had the room set up. Literally, she's been on our show before. She's the one with the disgusting pillows. But that was what, and I ended up talking to them and becoming friends with them, and she's still my friend.
You're going to be my lesbian college fling.
Number of texts coming in. This says Penn State dorms come with a fridge, freezer, microwave, a full kitchen in the lobby. This is my son goes to Gwyneth Mercy University, and they supply the students in one of the dorm halls with refrigerator, freezers, and microwaves.
Not a communal.
This one says Tennessee dorms have free mini fridge microwave combo. D1 athletes get dorm apartments with 2 full-size fridges per 4 players.
You used to see the commissaries these days. I mean, it's insane. And I didn't have any problems eating on campus for the 4 years that I was there. But now, I mean, they have like smoothie stations and
well, they need to have these amenities in order to attract students. I mean, it's still a business. So if you want to send your kid to a school, you want them to have, and the kids want to have amenities that are nice,
creature comforts.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. By the way, a couple of people texted in, Casey, Zacharias Ursinus.
Yeah.
He was a 16th century German theologian and an important figure in the Protestant Reformation.
I knew who it was. I just couldn't remember the name. I just keep thinking of my diploma. It says Collegi Ursini. That's Latin for Ursinus College, I guess. I don't know how to speak Latin. Get off my
It
back.
is my desire to build a learning establishment where a young man can go and be on both academic suspension.
Academic and disciplinary?
Yes. Acro, Dispro, All Pro.
All Pro.
As part of your initiation, you must dip your foot into boiling water.
I was on academic probation one time, too.
Were you?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean a damn thing.
No, you know what it does? Is it sets the bar really, really low.
So you just
that
have-
if you remain a C student, your
You're
parents
doing
like,
better.
Great job, kid.
D minus, awesome.
That's not true. That's not true. I had friends that got kicked out of college because they were on academic probation. If you don't improve, you're out.
Yeah, it got me together. It was a wake-up call. I was like, uh-oh. Yeah. That was in broadcasting school. How bad is that?
What you wanted to do.
I know. It was terrible, man.
Those are the best
Wasn't
tasting
even a
little
real
morsels
school.
I've ever had.
You listen. I'm surprised you didn't get a scholarship. Here you are working in the industry.
How about that?
Beloved by millions.
It's ironic, isn't it? Yeah. So if you, here's what we'd like you to do. We'd like you to spread the word about this because the students may be busy this morning.
They're not awake.
I know. Let them know that we're doing Preston and Steve's Dorm Decor TikTok tour, and there's a $1,000 prize that's up for grabs. All they have to do is make a little video.
I love this. I'm such a voyeur when it comes to this. I always like to look in houses. I like the shows when you see how people decorate stuff. So I'm actually surprised as none of the
DIY shows
have ever done dorm rooms.
They should,
right?
I mean, they.
You know why? Because
why don't we do it?
Because it's not permanent. Like that's why the shows aren't doing it. They're only there for a year and then they're out.
Yeah,
half those makeovers they do aren't permanent anyway.
know,
But if you're
Remember
looking
the
for
trading space and stuff.
Yeah, if you're looking for content and like okay, yeah, I can do in a half-hour show.
Especially with tiny houses, the tiny house shows. This carries that on through to a likely conclusion.
Kathy, maybe go talk to Nancy Glass.
Okay.
Absolutely, you could be the host.
Yeah.
Is she still over there?
I don't know.
Nancy Glass Productions?
Just talk to her anyway.
Who is this?
It's me.
I wonder who in our general region, in the area here, has the most,
The best
bare
dorm?
bones to begin with dorm rooms. As far
Where
as
college campuses?
Yeah.
Like the most austere.
As far as, center block walls versus, sheetrock or something like that, or the layouts.
Penn and Drexel have the issue of, and they've modernized a lot over the last 2 decades, but like though both of those campuses are so old in an older part of town, you would have to think that a lot of those buildings are still, and those dorms are still old.
They converted the torture chambers.
Yeah, man. Penn was such an issue for some people that I know a few people over the years that ended up buying a home, like a row home in West Philly, because they were able to then sell it 4 or 5 years later. So they made some money real estate, and that was their place to live. So they, their parents would take out a mortgage, and so, college is so damn expensive. It was actually cost beneficial to buy a place, use that for your students' housing for 4 years, and then sell it afterwards instead of renting the whole time. Yeah.
No kidding.
I believe that.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think maybe I mentioned this but Ben, my son, looked at University of Virginia. For in-state residents, it's about $30,000 a year, which is a lot of money. Out-of-state residents, it's $72,000.
$72,000.
$40,000 difference for in-state versus out-of-state. And then, Steve, on top of that, that's tuition. That's not room and board.
Yeah.
So it's like it's in books and whatever the hell else,
This kind of thing.
7 years of college down the drain.
Might as well join the F and Peace Corps.
But there are
0.0.
Nick, I had friends that they moved to Florida for a couple of different reasons. A, they wanted to go down there, but B, when you're an established resident down there, I guess some of the colleges are free for in-state residents, and so they had done that just to to save, because and that's why this sponsor for this event, College Avenue Student Loans, is so important. And you and I are starting to navigate this stuff now. Preston, you're starting to navigate this stuff.
You got to have some resource because you need something like that.
Oh yeah,
it's pricey. And Casey, we've talked about this before too, but like people whose parents work at a university, that can help defray some of the costs too. So you get a job at Penn, and if you can send their kid there, they'll save you several $1,000s a year.
Kathy, you had something to add? What was it? You were looking up.
Yeah,
Nancy Glass. She's on Eggs Hamster.
I know.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to Dave. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to see you, Dave. What's up?
Not much. So I actually was on academic probation the first time I went through college too, and I got kicked out.
Wow.
And the reason that happened was because I had gotten a chronic strep infection in my throat, and it was actually closing up. So I was sleeping 15 hours a day because I couldn't breathe. So when I went back home...
That seems to be I mean, you should have, but that's a medical condition. How can you have control over that?
Well, they didn't want to hear it. They had campus health there, and I went to the doctor, and they gave me the same amoxicillin over and over again, and it wasn't what I needed.
You're not listening to me. Yeah. So how long before they kicked you out?
It took 3 semesters.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's good. I mean, honestly, I was digging myself out of a hole for 3 semesters after that first semester.
Wow.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I ever ended up on double secret probation.
Right.
Nick, but,
Dave, did you end up getting your degree?
I did. Yes.
Nice.
I went back in New Jersey. I started going to a commuter school.
Okay.
Got my bachelor's.
That's what I did at commuter school. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
All right, I found it again. Okay, here it is. It's the best college dorms in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Mansfield University. The top ones are not really
That's Jane Mansfield.
near us, but Penn West, California, and then Shippensburg University is number 3.
Shippensburg.
Nice.
All right, I had a friend who went to
Slippery
Shippensburg.
Rock is number 4.
Okay.
Marywood 5th, and then Bryn Mawr College is on here, down a little bit lower on the list. They're 11.
It's actually a really cute campus.
Which one?
Yeah, Bryn Mawr.
Oh, yeah.
Is it still
it
all
is.
women?
I believe so. When I was in school, like our gym was being redone, and I was a line judge for the women's volleyball team, and so our home court was Bryn Mawr College. We would go there all the time.
Okay.
And so I mean, but that was
Penn State.
30 years ago.
Penn State Berks is on here, but not main campus.
I'll be there on Sunday.
What are you doing there?
Rugby tournament.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know you played.
I don't. I'm just a big fan, and I like to watch high school kids play rugby.
I really love that.
All right. Well, anyhow, we just wanted to kick this thing off fully. Like I said, it's an idea that's been in the works for a little while, but now that everybody's settled in and they've got the room exactly the way they wanted, we want to see it, and we want to give away a prize, $1,000, thanks to our friends at College Ave Student Loans, which is a better way to pay for college. So it's Preston and Steve's Dorm Decor TikTok tour, and all you have to do is make a short video, and you start off with saying, "Hey, Preston and Steve, here's my dorm room." And you can enter at our contest page at WMMR.com, and you need to do it by 11 a.m. on Thursday, November 2nd, and then we're going to put the videos up for a vote, and we'll see who ends up winning $1,000. Pretty sweet deal. We're going to take a break. As we break, I'm going to give away some of these movie passes. We have a screening of Five Nights at Freddy's next Wednesday at AMC Cherry Hill, 7 p.m. And we'll take callers 15 and 16 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will set you up with those tickets. Universal Pictures presents Five Nights at Freddy's, rated PG-13, in theaters and on Peacock, October 27th. We'll come back with a bizarre file and your first shot at Crumb Bum Cash when we return.
And there they weren't
You
clear.
don't exaggerate much, do you? It went from exploded to tipped over to 90 miles an hour.
No, someone did say it was 90 miles
It was
an hour.
okay.
down the road.
Not even the most finely
else's
tuned vehicle could travel down that road at 90
Well, it was traveling at 9 miles an hour because it had exploded and it was flying forward, Preston.
Got it. Okay, so anyhow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So there was no getting down the road, essentially.
So there was an atomic bomb blast.
Yes.
So you're looking to get out on the road and get home. Where do you live, by the way, here?
I live in South Jersey.
South Jersey, okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
and
just
what
right over the
road
bridge.
is this, by the way? Is this like, did you get out of?
I got out of the resort, and right in front of me, like I was the next car to go, a police officer started putting flares up and everything.
Casey,
so-
whatever that road is that goes to the resort.
940.
940. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyhow.
So they were redirecting traffic up this hill. It was like the steepest hill I'd ever seen in my life.
There are a lot of them there, yeah.
And trying to drive up, I make it maybe halfway up, and I start rolling backwards. And I don't know what to do. I've never driven in these conditions before. So I'm just sitting there. These people come up to me and said, "We'll push you up the hill. We don't really know what we're doing, but we'll push you up the hill." So I'm like, "All right, you know better than me." And then this woman comes out of like the thicket. And
She just comes walking out of the
woods?
it appears to
great
me
storyteller.
that she was coming out. It appeared that she was coming out of the woods. She, I did learn that she had parked her car up there, and she lived on this really steep hill. It was like a development of houses, and she says, "Can I get into your car and I'll help you?" And she helps me, and she can't get my car up the hill, so
So
she's
she
like,
gets behind the wheel.
She
Yes.
gets behind the wheel.
Because
Behind
she's
the
done
wheel.
this before. We
Yes.
assume because she lives next to this stinking hill.
Yes,
Okay.
so she knows what she's doing, but my car is an old person car, so we're not going to get up the hill. So she decides to reverse down the hill, and as she's doing that, I kind of, I'm really grateful for her, and I'm thankful that she helped me. But I kind of start to realize that she reeks of alcohol.
Oh boy.
So
seriously?
Man.
Yeah. So I was like,
And it's noon.
all right, well, like the cardboard class is going on. Maybe she was like, there, and maybe she was not there.
But she was thirsty, right?
She was thirsty, and she goes, "Is this your coffee or mine?" And I said, "That's mine." And she just proceeded to drink it anyway.
She just picked up coffee and started drinking it.
Okay, I didn't know that this is where the story was going.
Okay.
Yes. So
At any point did she call you a dirty bird?
no, we
Dude,
didn't get
that's
there.
what I thought immediately. Misery. All right, go ahead.
Seriously.
Well, I need to jump.
What's your name, Annie?
Was this right near the lake by any chance?
It might have been,
right near like Split Rock? There's another lodge.
yeah, it was
she
right
wasn't
near the
far.
lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to
Yeah.
traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
but you
where this
potentially
is.
have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to. But you're thankful
Drinking her
for it.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee.
her.
Yeah.
Yes, and
At least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And
That's nice.
she gets my car down the hill,
You have any birth control?
and then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm gonna end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right, go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help
behind
you. I'm
the
going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and
So you guys had to walk there. You had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him, so she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help, so that's why she can't go see him.
Oh,
and there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s, 50s, something.
Yeah, an
not
adult
like a
grown woman.
teenage
Yeah.
Grown woman.
Yeah,
My
like,
boyfriend. Do me a favor, sweetie.
so I'm like, all right, I'm thankful that she got me away from the hill, but I need to get away from her now. So I just leave my car at the base of the hill, and she walks me to Split Rock, and I just got a room at the lodge. But the lodge is about a mile away from where the restaurant and everything is, so I spent 30 hours with no food, no drink, nothing, and just alone in my room watching
Yeah, because
Pops.
at the base, the story was, and we heard this on Monday, I guess, was, hey, somebody took Christy in. And,
Yeah, that was awesome.
She got stuck, and they took her, and she ended up having to stay at somebody's house. We're like, well, that was really nice. It was nice of somebody, a local, a local to help out, and and it ended up being this.
You see, I've known for some time why I was chosen to save you. You and I were meant to be together forever. Now our time in this world must end.
And that was Christy's moment.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to be the mom for a second, but you should have never went with her, and you should have called one of us.
Well, see, the thing is, the Verizon towers went down, so I had no service.
From the explosion of the
fire
truck, yeah.
So the only time I could get service was when I got into the hotel and I could use their Wi-Fi. So I had already had a room at that point, and I was like, well, what am I going to say? I'm stuck, and you're going to say, me too.
Yeah. All right.
No, but instead of going to, I guess you couldn't get in touch with us, but still.
What was the woman's house like? Was she into taxidermy?
No, it was
working on this
old.
owl.
It was old on the inside. I didn't really want to take a look.
Smell like mothballs?
No.
I was also thinking of Pulp Fiction. A spider caught a couple flies.
So here's
Just
the
a
thing.
moment of opportunity.
I have someone who lives in a box in the basement. I'd love you to meet him. Name is the Gimp.
When Nick and I were going down this hill, there was a car that was trying to go up the hill.
That lady was out of her car.
And it was a like a light colored, maybe like silver Toyota something or other.
Did that lady yell at you?
No.
She yelled at me.
Did she really?
About
Why?
what? Yeah, well, because she didn't want me to go any further because of the fire. I'm not exaggerating. Because of the fire truck that was on its side down that hill. And she was warning me, but she was doing it in a shocking, sort of half-hinged kind of a manner. And I was like, all right, I got it.
Think it was the same woman?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing, but
I'm not talking about that.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt that said Archie Bunker for president?
That was on Nick. That was on Lake Drive or whatever. The hill I'm talking about that you were stuck on, I believe, was Estate.
Yeah, that's what it was called, Estates Drive or whatever.
Wow. So how long? So when you got into the house, how long were you in the house?
Maybe like an hour.
An hour?
Oh, you were there that long?
Because I didn't know what
Want
to
to watch
do.
my stories with me?
What were you? Yeah. What were you guys talking about after you got off the phone with her boyfriend?
She kept asking me like really odd questions.
You'll never know the fear of losing someone like you if you're someone like me.
She really wanted to make me a meal. She wanted to take pictures with me.
Are you a good girl? Are you a good girl?
She just wanted to like document the moment that like she had saved someone.
This is sounding very similar to the Hawaii trip, Preston.
Somebody was texting in and asked if there were swords on the wall.
Yeah, it could have gone that way if she didn't leave.
I don't want to be forward, but I can see your dirty pillows.
Did you take?
You don't want boys touching your dirty pillows.
Did you take your jacket off and hats and gloves and stuff?
Yeah, because I was so like
well, you're lovely.
soaked from being outside, so I wanted to get on.
Do you wonder how I got the smile? I know you couldn't see it with my ski mask on. I have this permanent smile that I gave myself, you see.
And so you were there.
Could you call my boyfriend?
So you're there about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ. You must have thought at some point, I'm going to die. I'm going to get murdered by this person.
Me and Nick just drove right past you.
You didn't know that probably at the same. Yes. They were. What time did you guys leave?
After her.
Yeah.
How long after her?
I left around 12:30, 12:45.
Did you go up that hill?
No, I didn't go that way.
Yeah, I went all the way around and then ended up finding where Casey was.
They ended up coming the opposite way, so they were going down the hill. She was going up the hill.
I was trying to get back to the turnpike on the south side of Dead Boulder.
I felt pretty bad because on my way back to Jack Frost, after I tried to get on the Northeast Extension, I came back and I'm coming through the entrance, and there was a white, I don't know if it was like a Suburban or something like that, that was in a ditch so far so that it was laying on its side.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it too.
I came upon it, Kathy, and Sayadala Kong Kong. No, I came upon it, Kathy. It must have been shortly after. The windshield wipers were still going. They had flashers on.
Oh, wow.
And I couldn't stop. I wanted to help, but I'm like, if I stop, I'll get stuck too, and it's just going to make the problem worse. So I just
See you later!
I know. Good luck!
I felt so bad, but I thought that I would.
That's when the wood split. Oh, she's got it. Yeah.
I thought that it would compact the problem if I stopped, and then the next day when we checked out and left, it was still sitting there.
yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I wouldn't have been able to done anything anyway.
That thing was fully on its
It was
side. What
on
could you
Was
have
there
done?
anybody in it? Because when I passed it,
I don't know.
There were people helping someone out of it. So
Yeah.
there was like I guess Jack Frost security or somebody was assisting.
There had to have been somebody still. Wait, did you go back to the resort?
No.
No, this is on the way to the resort.
Oh, because there
This
was
is
another
across the highway.
There was another
Okay.
vehicle, a similar vehicle on its side, exactly as you're describing.
Okay, but the wipers
was a
were still
lot.
on, the lights were, the flashes were on, so it was still running. So people were probably inside of it.
When you were going through the wallet. Yeah.
I just. I had to make a decision.
Some money? Credit cards?
Quickly, and I decided to keep going.
Nice.
Yeah.
New app? New iPhone.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. It's. I'm glad you got out of there, though, Christy.
Me too.
I could see you, yeah.
It sounded pretty bizarre.
Are you a good girl?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't do that ever again.
Yeah.
Did you get her number at least?
I did, yeah. She wanted me to text her when I got home, but I didn't because I was afraid she was
call her?
Hi, Christy. It's me from the mountain. You remember me?
Her name was Mary, by the way.
Mary's
Yeah.
my name.
I wonder if she remembers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, she
I
documented
don't know.
pictures
Yeah.
and everything.
No, we did not take pictures. I refused.
Really? So what, was she looking for a selfie or was she going to pose you?
Well, she wanted to take a selfie outside, but I had already taken my shoes off at that point. I was like, oh, it's too much to put my shoes back on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's how you come.
Oh, that's the way it's going to be.
Well, all right. Well, cool. Are you good? Now, you said you're not used to driving in the snow. You know what's funny is the thing you said to me this morning. You go, I'm from New Jersey. I don't know how to drive in the snow. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? It snows all the time here in the winter.
Well, I just meant
How
like
old are you?
Up at 23.
Okay.
I just meant like up in mountain snow. I could drive in New Jersey snow.
New Jersey snow, not mountain snow. Okay. Because New Jersey snow has jug handles and mountain snow doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah, it's much easier.
All right. Thank you, intern Christy, with her
Yeah.
story of survival in the Poconos on Friday during a nor'easter.
You know her experience as psycho.
Yeah, exactly. In yet another case of medical negligence, in India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to
Yes,
light,
thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First, I created my pillow. Now, my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best of sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head. Patients,
There is nothing around like a
shirt
something?
you can wad up or something.
A shirt?
Hey, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're... Go ahead.
Only one camp out for Kahunga shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Still gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, Preston, perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a crumb bum cash keyword.
And that word would be moment. M-O-M-E-N-T. And we will give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways to do it. Enter it at WMMR.com or via the MMR app or via the text. The special contest short code number is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So let me give that to you again. The word is moment, M-O-M-E-N-T. Enter it right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. From clogged toilets to dripping faucets, Horizon's cooling, heating, and plumbing. Plumbing professionals are there when you need them. Plus, you can save 20% off of your next plumbing service. Visit horizonservices.com. Interesting story to begin with. In Florida, a man tried to evade deputies through unconventional means when they tried to arrest him for aggravated battery. The sheriff's office said deputies went looking for Johnny Yates at a home, only to be greeted by a whiteboard with the message that said, "Johnny Yates does not live here," written on it.
Well, that'll throw him off.
Yeah. All right, we should go.
Yeah,
then.
we just proceed. He says he doesn't live here.
The deputies didn't think so. The sheriff's office said deputies saw a person leaving the home who told them that Johnny was inside with several other people.
That's a random message to put up.
The deputies used a loudspeaker to command Yates to leave the home, but after an hour...
We know you do live there.
They used smoke to get the occupants to get out. After still getting no response, they used a canine to search the home, and the sheriff's office said the dog sniffed out Yates, who was hiding in a modified chest of drawers.
Wow, like Eddie Munster.
So he hid behind inside this this dresser of sorts.
His penmanship is excellent.
A criminal arrest affidavit said after his arrest, Yates told deputies that he ate methamphetamine and blue pills. Deputies say Yates and 4 other people did not cooperate, and they were arrested in the incident. Mexico's, speaking of people on drugs, Sinaloa Cartel, the top exporter of fentanyl in the U.S., has banned the production and trafficking of the illegal opioid, killing several suppliers who refused to stop, according to the Wall Street Journal. I thought this was kind of interesting.
It is, yes. I wonder why this is all going on.
I'll tell you, the shift handed down in June from the Chapitos, 4 of the jailed kingpin Joaquin El Chapo Guzman's sons.
God, I love a 7-Eleven Chapito.
And underscored by 3 bodies found covered with blue pills, is reportedly in response to increasing heat from U.S. law enforcement. More than a dozen banners appeared in trafficking hubs this month announcing the ban signed by the Chapitos and their allies. A mid-level Sinaloa cartel operative told the Journal he is now destroying the 25 fentanyl labs that he oversaw. Some stopped producing, others kept producing, and we are killing them, he said. Isn't that wild?
We've lost our lease.
About a dozen people involved in the recalcitrant Sinaloa fentanyl underworld have gone missing in the past 10 days. The Chapitos are worried about getting arrested and extradited to the U.S. like El Chapo and his son Ovidio.
Why do all these cartels have such pleasant names?
Ovidio Guzman was arrested for a second time in January and extradited to the U.S. in September, so they are telling them to stop doing it.
Interesting.
And I wonder if it'll fully happen or not. We'll have to see.
They're all going to go on the straight and narrow.
Yeah. A Monday Night Football viewing turned violent for 2 San Antonio residents who allegedly ended up getting into an altercation over noise. The disagreement led to a stabbing between the 2 men, who were both
too loud.
Transported to local hospitals in stable condition. The 2 men, presumably neighbors, got into a fight where knives were reportedly drawn during the altercation. The 2 men began stabbing each other multiple times.
Oof.
Both men were reportedly in stable condition at the time of the incident.
I'm tired of stabbing you.
The detectives are still investigating the incident and uncover further details, and there was no report of a criminal charge or arrest by press time, but they were both watching football games, and apparently they were making too much noise for each other, and they got into a fight over it, and they stabbed each other.
Well, the last thing you want is a rowdy football game.
All right, this is a weird story. The Coast Guard said on Monday that it has launched a formal investigation into a fatal accident aboard a historic schooner off the coast of Maine, in which a mast fell and killed a person and injured 3 others.
Did you see the pictures of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
The main mast of the schooner, Grace Bailey, splintered and fell onto the deck, and the collapse killed Dr. Emily Mecklenburg. Coast Guard officials said that the formal inquiry is intended to determine what led to the collapse and identify anything that can help improve maritime safety. The owners of the vessel, the Gracie Bailey Navigation Company of Rockland, had no comment in the investigation. The vessel carries tourists off the Maine coast and was returning from a 4-day trip when the mast snapped late in the morning. It was built in 1882.
Yeah.
It was about a mile east of Rockland Harbor at the time. The schooner's full length is 118 feet, and it was in compliance with requirements when it underwent an annual inspection. But it has been involved in 3 other previous incidents.
Well, that's a problem.
In recent years, when it was under previous ownership, there were 33 people on board when the mast collapsed. That's pretty messed up.
It's amazing more people weren't killed.
Yeah. This is disturbing. The remains of at least 189 people have been removed from a Colorado funeral home, up from an initial estimate of about 115 when the decaying and improperly stored bodies were discovered 2 weeks ago.
Can you imagine?
Now, the remains were found by authorities responding to a report of an abhorrent smell inside a decrepit building at the Return to Nature Funeral Home.
They're taking it seriously.
In a small town of Penrose, about 100 miles south of Denver. All the remains were removed from the site as of October 13th, but officials say that the numbers could change again as the identification process continues. So
this is where we let nature eat the remains of your loved ones.
Well, honestly, they don't do embalming.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a natural decay that they. But here's the problem: is they just
stack
they
them.
never buried these.
Yeah.
Bodies, never did anything with them. They just left them sitting out.
It's a little too natural.
The updated count comes as families who did business with the funeral home grow increasingly concerned about what happened to their deceased loved ones. Officials said they will begin notifying family members in the coming days as the remains are identified. There's no timeline to complete the work, which began last week. With the help of an FBI team that gets deployed to mass casualty events like airline crashes. Officials have not disclosed further details of what was found inside of the home. But Sharon Allen Cooper described the scene as horrific. Authorities entered the funeral home's neglected buildings with a search warrant and found the decomposed bodies. Neighbors said they had been noticing the smell for days. The owners of the Return to Nature funeral home had missed tax payments in recent months. They were evicted from one of their properties and were sued for unpaid bills by a crematory that quit doing business with them almost a year ago.
They had to close their Return to Nature putt-putt golf.
I guess they did. A day after the odor was reported, the director of the State Office of Funeral Home and Crematory Registration spoke on the phone with the owner, tried to conceal the improper storage of corpses, acknowledging that they have a problem at the site and claimed that he practiced taxidermy there.
There's all sorts of... Yeah, I'm getting good at it, too.
So they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
I know these
why that
places,
happened.
and people will pay because they think it's a more natural way they believe, but you're not supposed to stack them like cordwood and let them rot in a warehouse.
No, you're eventually supposed to bury them, and then they, they
Well, I'm a
decay.
taxidermist.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so you got about 5 minutes left to enter the word moment. That is our crumb bum keyword for this hour. The word is moment, M-O-M-E-N-T. Make sure you do that now because we have today and tomorrow, and then that is it. We want you to win. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. We got some stuff to get to. Reiterate our announcement we had a little while ago and tell you about the guests coming up. Stay put. Was William J. Finneran endowed head coach?
You skipped a few words.
Different. I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that. I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make it different.
You are officially out of your mind.
It's William Finneran endowed, not well.
I'm sorry, I misread that.
Endowed.
You know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that.
You can teach typing, and that's fine, but I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. Like
the Hunt and Peck thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a Hunt and Peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and
I've
that's
seen
what
people
works for him.
that just use the two index fingers and fast.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Tons. This is an old.
Oh my God.
gross.
It's a Microsoft keyboard here.
It's going to be bad.
Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell out.
You little slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
Disgusting.
Burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God.
That's great.
I don't want to hit any of the keys here.
Marissa ran away from the microphone.
So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
I'm sorry?
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
So it was a
right to what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe
so the
one notch
grandson-
closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson's trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, yes, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay. I'd
It rolls
rather go
off the
with
tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. It's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not. The
I
court
bet you it's like Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we hate.
That we hate?
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
but it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, "This is outrageous.
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even swonderful."
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 to 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how
Wait, for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during the relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap. And before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
Exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of.
Speaking of boner dreams,
okay.
Have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never had
a nocturnal emission?
No, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like teenagers.
It happens to some people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, the docking is about to happen. And
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to dock together?
Docking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean, that's what docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar. No.
You were about
not
to
docking. You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
Gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those things.
Oh.
Absolutely none of those things at all.
Oh my God.
Did you do the foreskin thing again, please?
I've lost the foreskin.
Oh my God.
This docking is going to be one for the history books. We're going to be like a Chinese finger puzzle.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. And it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason?
I'd like to reiterate an announcement we made earlier this morning. We are doing a contest called Preston and Steve's Dorm Room Decor TikTok Tour, and we wanted to let all the students who moved into their domiciles for college kind of get settled in. But Casey made the observation that the dorm room situation now is way more luxurious than it used to be, or at least people make it that way.
Yeah.
And so we'd like you to make a video of your dorm room, and we have a chance for you to win $1,000 thanks to our friends at College Ave Student Loans. And all you have to do is start off by saying, "Hey, Preston and Steve," and then we show us your decked out dorm room. Enter it at our contest page, WMMR.com. Thursday, November 2nd is the deadline, so you want to move on this now. It should be pretty quick and easy. It might be a very simple way for you to make $1,000. Just making a little, 30-second video, whatever.
$1,000.
Yeah, so why not give it a shot? If you know a student who could use the cash and likes making TikTok videos, this is it. It's perfect for you.
It's got to be so hard finding college kids who like making TikTok videos.
Yeah, so go to PrestonandSteve.com for all of the details. Real quick, a shout out. This is from our good friend Sassy. And he's asking for he said, the juiciest, nastiest shout out for a great dude. My buddy Dan Green is a huge fan of MMR. And he's been in and out of the hospital last few weeks. Could use a little pick-me-up. So I was hoping you wonderful people can blast some doo-doo feces in his general direction. Love ya, Charles Sassy Lance. So here's a shout out, and we hope you're going to be feeling better very, very soon, Dan. Before I read this next email, just a reminder, this evening, we, the Preston and Steve Show, are headed to the 2023 Cora Love in Action Gala and Phillies Watch Party. It's tonight at the Hotel Monaco in Center City. There are tickets available if you want to get those, and you can go to PrestonandSteve.com for information on how to do that. But it starts at 5 o'clock. We're receiving an award. The game coincides with this whole thing, so they've turned it into a Phillies watch party, which is probably going to be more entertaining than watching us get up on stage and accept an award.
I think we're going to have to kind of run up quickly and then run back to our seats because you don't want to miss any of the action.
But Core's such a great organization, and they dedicate their time, to making sure that people get the assistance that they need over a vast array of different categories. They just help out in so many different ways.
They're a bridge charity. If you whatever you need, they'll get you where you're going, and they do so much good work. We're really impressed by them.
Yeah, and we're honored to receive an award tonight, which is cool. So if you can come out and join us, nice. If not, and you're going to be watching the game on your own, I got an email, and you guys tell me I'm not a big sports watcher. I go to some games, and then I'll watch some of the bigger events that take place, so I'm not a regular. I'm not all the time, so I don't know the issue that this particular person emailed in about. This is from Chris Moyer, and he writes, I am so sick of all the streaming services. I can't keep up with all of them. You need, and he's talking about sports in particular. He's like, you need NFL Network to watch the Sunday morning game. You need Amazon Prime to watch the Thursday night football game. You need Max to watch the Phillies playoff games. You need Peacock and Apple TV to watch some of the Phillies regular season games. This is just getting ridiculous. So I'm assuming that Chris is a cable cutter?
He might be.
Because generally you can find those.
Find them.
Yeah, because the Phillies games have been on TBS.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we cut cable. We don't have it, and we get all of the games. And what we use is Hulu Live.
Right.
So it's not the regular Hulu subscription. It's a little bit more. I forget what it is. Maybe $100 or something, 150, something like that.
A month. A day.
A month, yes, in between there. But you get
a month?
No,
a year, right?
No. No.
$150 flat fee, and then you get it.
No. For a month, per month. So instead of paying like
seriously.
Yeah, but we get everything. Everything is included. So we have Netflix, we have Disney Plus, we have like all of those. They're all included, and we can watch the news on 3, 6, 10, Fox, all of that, and then we get all of the sports. So anytime the Phillies, the Eagles, any game plays, we can still watch it.
And this is Hulu Live.
This is Hulu Live.
So
I know a lot of people are also using YouTube Live. I think is YouTube Live.
YouTube also has the same has a similar offer with local television.
Yeah.
There's a PlayStation, believe it or not. Set up where you can get PlayStation Live, like your local programming. The Hulu thing, I've heard some good stuff about, though.
I mean, I really like it. Now, the one because I thought maybe this is what you were going to bring up, but finding the live TV and what's on has taken a little getting used to.
All right.
And actually because it will track like any other app. It'll track what you watch. So when you go to watch live, if I've watched something before, it's like, here it is, but I didn't want to watch that. I want to watch, whatever, the Phillies game or, whatever it is.
And
so you have to
therein,
find it.
why I'll probably never, ever leave Comcast, because you just speak into the remote and you get what you want. And it'll even take you to the streaming services. If you just say the title of whatever it is you want, it'll take you to that streaming service and you go.
I have streaming services that haven't even been released yet. I have everything. I have that. And I'm a dinosaur. I'm not a dinosaur. I love having that Comcast, the Xfinity set up. I have everything. I have the remote. And being able to do that, Preston, quickly and just talking to the remote is the best.
Yep, most definitely. And even if you make a mistake, it'll pretty much send you where you need to go. So, all right.
far smarter than I am.
I was curious if you guys were having as big a problem as Chris Moyer here.
For Thursday Night Football, you do have to have Amazon, right?
Yeah, it's the one carrier.
only.
That's it. Yeah. Have you guys ever watched?
Oh, yeah.
Thursday night on.
Yeah, the Eagles have had a few games, and I like Buck and Aikman. So I think they do a good job. But yeah, look, there are just so many freaking options, and Netflix just announced another rate hike, and it's just so much.
But when I was coming up, Nick, I lost out on a lot of games because we didn't have Prism, and that was the same thing, Press. Like, so back then in the 80s, 90s, or whatever, Sixers and Flyers games, I think it was the home games were on Prism, and away games you would get on like 17 or whatever.
That.
Also on Prism.
They would be blackouts.
And there were blackouts for NFL games too. So if the Eagles didn't sell out the vet one particular game, you couldn't even watch it on CBS or NBC back in the day. But for Prism, Casey, when the Flyers games first started airing on there, they didn't even have commercials during periods. The only commercials that they would air were in between periods. Then there were no advertisings on the board either.
I forgot about the no sellout thing.
Yeah,
and so if they wouldn't sell out,
you'd have to listen on the radio.
There was no TV.
The point of that was that they
radio.
Well, the NFL was trying to drive ticket sales. So the thought was we're going to get people to come to the game and not watch it on TV. So this is the incentive for Eagles fans. If you really want to see the Eagles, sell out those games and you can watch it on TV. And if it's not sold out, well, then we're going to penalize you and not be able to let you watch it on television.
Yeah, which was weird.
It was weird, yeah. Now it's very much a TV game.
Okay. Well, you can pretty much see anything you want anytime. So we're thankful for that. I have a call we need to go to real quick, and then we're going to switch gears. It's Michael who's on the line. Hey, Michael, morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, buddy. You didn't call to talk about sports, did you?
Not at all.
What are you talking about?
I just won $1,000.
Talking about crumb bum cash. Talking about crumb bum cash. Michael, congratulations, $1,000. We'll send that to you. Where are you from, my man?
Barkann, New Jersey.
Barkann, New Jersey. All right, and you made it just under the wire, dude. We wrap this thing up tomorrow. Did you know that?
No.
How about that? So, congratulations. You are a very lucky man. So, we hope you're going to enjoy this $1,000, buddy, okay?
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
You got it. Thanks for listening, Michael. From Bumcast.
Dude is set for life.
No, probably not for life.
But what if he budgets?
He's set for this week.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Michael's good to go, and the next chance is coming up around 10 a.m.
You're set for life.
I would like us to go to the Just Saying Institute because I have some very interesting stories.
The Just Saying Institute. I've got nothing to say.
That's all good, but I saw some interesting stats that have come through, various scientific studies and surveys that have been done. In fact, this one is a survey that was done about medical care. And it was a survey of 2,000 Americans. They found that 79% of men only see a doctor when something is, quote, severely wrong.
Severely?
I can see that.
And 75% of women have not had a pap smear in the past 5 years.
I've even had a pap smear.
How often are you supposed to have a pap smear,
Oh,
Kath?
they changed it. I think it's either 2 or is it 2? Okay, Marissa says
Every 2 years.
Does that come with the bagel?
No.
Or is that a
that's
schmear?
Disgusting.
So I got to give a shout out to, you guys know, did you ever hear Dr. Mike Sirigliano?
Yes.
Did you ever hear that guy?
He's my bestie.
So I want to give a massive shout out to Dr. Mike. And I don't want to say who this person is, but I will just say that this person, and I just found this out yesterday, is very, very close to me. And he said, God bless Dr. Mike. For performing every single test known to man. If not, it wouldn't have been discovered that I had 90% blockage in his carotid artery, and it was Dr. Mike who just made him go get all these tests done.
Yeah,
his spaz testing sometimes pays off for people, and see, he did the same for you, right, Steve?
Oh, that's how I found out I had prostate cancer. Mike was more aggressive in following through on things that had been dismissed, and so yes. It does pay off.
So this person, had they not done what Dr. Mike made him do, would have had a massive stroke within the year.
Wow.
And he is he's okay now. So
you want to do a chart?
Yeah, give him a chart. But also, but this kind of goes like, just go take care of yourselves. Go to the doctor. Make an appointment once a year.
Doesn't have to be the right doctor.
No, no, it does.
Yeah,
Mike is the best.
But with what you said, like men not wanting to go to the doctor, I mean, my dad snapped his femur in half and didn't call an ambulance, called my brother and said, just put me in the car.
My dad fell down. He's on blood thinners. He fell down and cut his head open. This was at the beginning of this year. Now, this is when he was living in Lexington, Kentucky. Okay. Fell down, and my stepbrother came over, and he's like, you need to go to the hospital. Apparently, there was a huge puddle of blood.
Oh, my God.
And my dad just didn't want to go, just does not want to go.
Well, he does his own surgery.
Yes, he does. And I totally see this. I have learned otherwise. I go regularly to see doctors because, man, in the end, and I've heard this before, in the end, all you've got is your health.
That's it.
And if you do not keep an eye on things, it can get away from you. Something little could be something really, really big, and you don't even know it. And so I've changed my way. Now, there was a time when I didn't like going to the doctor, and that was until I found a doctor that I liked. Wow. And it was even before Dr. Mike. It was this great doctor that I finally met. I'm like, this guy's cool, and he really cares about me, you know? So finding the right doctor is part of it, too.
Find one who gives lollipops.
That's pretty good as well.
It's huge.
But you need to go to the doctor, man. But some people, like my dad, who until he was around Dr. Mike now, because we got him straightened out, we just always thought that they're just trying to get some money out of you.
And Preston,
but he's all about that. It's just, I don't need that. And they're making their money and this and that.
To that point, some people don't have the money. You don't have insurance.
Absolutely.
And that's an issue. So,
but these people,
that's why I have a little practice. I mean, I'm not really.
Oh, you do?
You have a little practice, yeah?
I watch Mike. I watch the best, and I think I got a lot of it.
So only 48% have visited a physician for a physical in the past year, and 28% are more afraid of seeing a doctor now than they were before the pandemic. Some reasons to avoid the doctor include time, pain, and dislike of being touched or examined.
Oh, okay.
I had to get over the fear of the examination. And by the fear, I don't mean, I don't want to be hurt or anything like that, but it's a little embarrassing. A lot of times you got to get naked. And now I'm just like,
end up on Pornhub.
I don't care.
Oh, I still, going to the gynecologist, I hate it. I still can't, it's still, throughout the day, I think about it. It's like a pit in my stomach. I'm like, I have to go do this. I know
it's
I
like
have
me
to do
going
it.
to the dentist.
You feel that
like
way,
going to the dentist. I hate going to the
clean
dentist.
my teeth. I love it.
I do like the dentist. I have to say that. I always fall asleep in the chair.
But
I don't know if I'd fall. I don't fall asleep with the gynecologist.
No.
Oh, stop. But you understand that feeling.
They're going to pick at my teeth.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt. And
you just dread it all day.
Kath, when you go to the gynecologist, just like a routine checkup, how long does it take?
We'll have you out of here in 10 minutes.
Oh my God!
Once the doctor
comes in,
once the doctor comes into the examining room.
Well, I love my doctor. She's great. She'll stay. She'll talk. Like if I have any questions, she answers. Like she makes sure she answers everything, which is why I'm so sad she's retiring. But anyway, Case, it's quick. I mean, she will stay in there with me and talk if I have questions. But if I don't have any questions, in and out 5-10 minutes.
By the way, Dr. Mike has to outlive all of us, and he can't retire until we all die.
Yes.
He's guaranteed me 110 years. I'm sure he's done that with you as well.
I am terrified of ever moving out of the area because I feel like I would lose Dr. Mike.
Yes.
Kathy, you mentioned a retiring doctor, and I have one, and I'm not going to say this person's name, but this doctor is retiring, and I'm glad that this person is retiring because...
Is it Bucky Mengele?
No, Steve, it's just, he just doesn't care anymore. It's at a place
where...
where...
Why do you go to him?
Because I...
Have for a while?
I have, and I feel like some doctors...
Oh, it's you.
You just keep going to over and over again because you get used to it and breaking the routine. And I'm Penn Medicine customer, so like I go to Penn Medicine at Radnor a lot of the time, and that person's leaving. Oh, man, I've just given up too much information.
Now you have.
So
I know the
I get it.
You know who I'm talking about.
Listen,
is he just pissed off?
You've been going there forever. They have all your medical records, and if you have to go to a new one, you got to start over again and all that stuff.
But the system of having the medical records in the system makes everything so much better because I always feel like an idiot. What are you taking? What is your thyroid medication?
But that's exactly it, Stephen. It's all archived. And the
Right.
Penn Medicine app is terrific.
I know.
They archive all that stuff. So you can check your own stuff. And you're like, you know what? 5 years ago, I was on this or whatever.
Yeah.
And so when that doctor eventually retires, I will inherit the next doctor in line.
All right, I have a question, and this is kind of going in a direction that we're not talking about, but let me just ask you.
Are we back to the gynecologist?
Yes,
All right.
because she is retiring, which is horrifying for me because I hate going anyway, and I finally found someone, over the years that I'm comfortable with and I can actually go to. So now I have to change. But they're kind of...
Craigslist.
No, they're kind of... Stop, Steve! Oh, God. No, they're pushing me towards, and they actually wouldn't make an appointment with another doctor. They were kind of, but not really, saying I have to go to the physician's assistant. Now
you can go to whoever you want to go to.
But Steve, they were like, okay, well then you'll have to schedule for 2025. Like if you want to get in 2024, you got to go to this person. So I made the appointment. But I don't know, and I know people make appointments with the assistants all the time.
Yeah.
But for what, I don't know, I need someone to tell me that it's okay and the physician's assistants know what they're doing.
Let me ask you this question on a side note, Kathy, because this reminds me of like when you go to church and they have Eucharistic ministers. And then right next to the priest, you're like, I don't want to get the communion from the person that's not a priest.
I want to go to the priest.
I want to go to the actual priest.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
This isn't even a Eucharist.
It's an animal cracker.
What the hell is this? That's a zebra.
Marissa?
Kathy, I am notorious for last-minute appointments.
So you go to all the
see
physician assistants?
all the time. They are great. I'm not besmirching doctors, but when you're at a hospital and you end up spending a lot of time with the nurse, and then the doctor you only see for a little bit, think about it that way, where you're going to see somebody who has a lot of
That's a good way to think about it. The nurses rock.
But the doctor went to more schooling as they're fishing around in there to
How
make
about
sure
this?
everything's okay.
The doctor at one point was an assistant. Stop and think about that.
Well, no, not physician's assistants. Don't always become doctors.
Don't they?
Is there any?
Isn't that the progression?
No, that's not the assistant. No.
That is their degree.
Yeah, that's like a resident. They're training to become a doctor. No, these are just physician's assistants. That's their degree. They're not moving on to be a doctor.
I didn't realize that's where it ended.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then she's a butcher.
Kathy, it's just a new person to tell you how perfect you are.
All right. Just afraid, I don't know.
Oh, you're
gonna
be
mess
great.
up.
Well, why don't you ask if you can sit in on an examination with her?
This is a gyno?
Yeah.
Okay.
You think I should go to the
Debbie,
doctor,
this
don't
is
you?
Kathy. She's just going to sit and watch.
I think you're. I think you're going to be fine.
Oh, you're somebody that disagrees with you.
Yeah. Let me go to. I'm going to go to Lori. Hey, Lori. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning to see you, Lori. What's up?
This is for Kathy. The physician's assistants are so much better.
Yeah.
The doctors sometimes are they've been there forever. They don't care, or they're just want to get in and get out the next person. The physician's assistant, that's my regular doctor, the physician's assistant. She's the best. I would rather go to her any day than my regular doctor.
There you go.
All right.
Interesting.
So much better.
Okay.
All right.
Nice. She talks. She gives me way more information. She's the best.
Now, Lori, Kathy's been told that her vagina is near flawless, and I think that's the issue here.
I know.
Lori knows.
Yeah. All right.
Well, you could teach the physician's assistant what a flawless vagina is.
There you go. It'll be a mutual learning experience.
All right. I've got a lot of people who are saying that the physician's assistants are great.
Okay.
PAs are doctors pretty much. Here's one. Physician's assistants are way better. Doctors don't take the time that a PA does. They have significant training. You can do it. PAs are just as qualified as doctors. I've had better PAs than doctors.
Wait, hold on. The one that says they're pretty much doctors. Pretty much, but not really.
But you know what? If you stop and think about it, not all doctors are the same. You have the exemplary, the Mount Everest, Dr. Mike, and I've had doctors who were incompetent.
And listen, the reason why I'm asking this is because I don't know. This is just something that's in my head. So I need these people to say they
All
are
right.
is no, it's okay. They know what they're doing.
Now, as far as their schooling goes, I don't know. But they once they get in and work in the field, you're going to learn a lot.
They're learning a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely know their stuff. Kath, I used to see the PA at my old doctor before I saw Dr. Mike, and I preferred seeing her. And it was because my doctor was not from this country, and I had a real hard time understanding him over his accent.
Sometimes
really difficult.
Sometimes that's just a fact,
Uh-huh.
and when you're getting information that is medical in nature, you have to understand it.
Yeah, most definitely. Here's Holly. Hi, Holly. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're on the air, Holly. Go ahead.
I am a nurse practitioner at a hospital.
You're
and I was calling in to tell you. Oh.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
you're listening. Turn your radio down.
I have seen many patients that have not seen doctors in years who come into the hospital with let's say, a small wound on their foot, and we find out that they've had uncontrolled diabetes for who knows how long.
Okay.
And now that small wound on their foot is actually a bone infection, and the only way we can take care of that bone infection is to probably cut off their foot.
Oh, my
part
God.
of their foot.
Well, that's got to be encouraging.
What does that have to do with the physician's assistant?
Yeah, what about the physician's assistant? That's what we were talking about.
Well, she's saying your vagina may need to be cut off.
I am fairly equal to a physician assistant. I work alongside physician's assistants. We both have master's degrees. We took different paths in our lives, but I personally enjoy working with physician's assistants, and I have plenty of patients that say they prefer the physician assistant and nurse practitioners over the doctors because we spend more time.
Well, Holly, the general consensus right now is that they're absolutely fine, and in fact, Kathy's being encouraged.
But why is that? Why are you spending more time with the patients than the doctors? Just because you have more time?
Oftentimes we have more time. So in my role, I always have a physician above me. So that physician that I work with has their X amount of patients, but they also cover my X amount of patients.
So you're consulting with the doctor on the patients you see?
If I have a question, yes. If it's a fairly straightforward case, I might run my case by the doc and say, hey, this is what I'm doing with them. This is my plan. But for the most part, I don't have to. I work independently, but they're assigned to the patient and generally know what's going on.
All right.
Unless I ask, don't have anything to do with that patient.
And she has all that extra time because those foot amputations are like that.
All right.
Well, I mean, we're taking off a part of the body. I don't have to.
Yeah, man. All right, Holly, thank you.
This
Appreciate
comes
it.
off of this.
All right. So getting back to this, but 79% of men only see a doctor when something is severely wrong, as opposed to going and getting regular testing, going and getting regular checkups, or maybe a minor thing getting that checked out.
I wonder how many doctors are on their proper schedule with checkups and things of that nature.
Yeah,
we should call Dr. Mike and ask him when his
sure
last
he's getting
physical
checked
was.
out. Yeah, they have to have doctors too.
Right.
You guys get a physical once a year, right?
Yeah,
I get it whenever
I'm
Dr.
due
Mike
for one.
tells me to get one.
Yeah,
Why do they measure your penis every year? I don't get that.
No, but yeah, I'm overdue.
I'm like, guys.
Casey.
Good job. It's in the off season. You did great.
They don't do that, Casey.
All right, just saying this too. We're going to go to another story right now. All right, so this one has to do with hoarding. Hoarding has been on the rise.
Keeping whores, right?
No. This is, collecting too much stuff.
Right, yeah.
And so it's been on the rise since the start of the pandemic, experts claim. Before 2020, between 2 to 3% of the world's population could be considered obsessive hoarders, and now that number has risen to 4%. Those who were already suffering with compulsive behaviors may have worsened during lockdown. Hoarders may keep items one would normally discard, like garbage, dead pets, and expired food. I will, from time to time, watch the Hoarders TV show.
I can't.
It's pretty amazing.
It blows me away.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say people hoard dead pets?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
There was just a case locally, and they
Yeah.
had all these dead pets in the house, buried in the yard.
In New Jersey, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some of them just leave them laying out.
I don't think I knew that, and that's horrifying.
I will watch that show from time to time because it fascinates
Gives you something
me.
to pet.
Well, it fascinates me because I can't wrap my mind around that. And
there's a psychology to it that's
some of these houses are a dump.
Yeah.
I mean, literally like a landfill indoors. And they continue to live that way. And I just can't figure out how a human being, no matter what compulsions you have, can't see
I get it
how
a little bit.
dangerous that is.
I went to one
You get it a little bit?
Yeah, just in the sense that, like, sometimes, and I'm sorry, Nick, when I'm trying to purge things, And I just had a massive clothes purge not that long ago, and I did a really, really good job of going like, am I ever going to wear this again?
Right, yeah.
Are you? And I'm like, be honest with yourself. And it was hard to let go of some things.
I've been out of diapers for years.
But you had the wherewithal to start that and then finish it, right? And
90%.
Well, all right, but better than a hoarder.
Yes,
So like a hoarder can't even begin that process.
Like dead pets.
Well, so Steve, you just would have been horrified, and I'll tell you more details off air, but my fiance and I went to this place, and they were hoarders. And the reason we went there was ostensibly to adopt a cat, and it was terrifying. And I got, as soon as I walked in, Kathy, I thought about you when I got there, because I got so anxious, like full-on anxiety, and I had to get the hell out. It made me feel terrible, and so I left. I went out to the car, and I texted her, and I was like, "Hon, we gotta go. I can't stay here anymore."
We had in fact, one of our cats that we got was Peanut from years ago. She's since passed, but this person was a hoarder who was also hoarding cats. Hoarded so many that the cats became feral. And so you had tomcats attacking each other. This cat clawed its way through the drywall, and they found her in the drywall, and she was rescued. She had all sorts of medical problems.
So her survival instinct kicked in, and that's what she was trying to do.
Right. So that's how bad it had become in this home.
So what was their hoarding situation like? What were they keep?
Everything,
what did they have?
Everything. The classic magazines, appliances, animals, everything. Anything that came into the house stayed in the house.
Wow.
I mean, to that level, and quite often is the case, Preston, people will be crushed by their own hoarding stacks.
Yeah, they'll die.
Which is a great band from the 50s.
Hoarding stacks. So according to a doctor involved in the survey, they said as the pandemic was very difficult, a very difficult experience for all involved, we saw increased rates of all stress reactions, and that includes increases in hoarding behaviors.
A lot of people hoard gynecologists.
In addition to the mental distress, hoarding can pose a serious fire hazard and increases fall risk as well.
Not if you hoard smoke detectors.
No, so it was years ago in my old neighborhood. There was a house fire right around Christmas. The guy ended up perishing in the fire, and
that's the worst Hallmark movie I've ever heard.
It wasn't a good one.
Oh, yeah.
But I believe they definitely were hoarders.
Oh, were they?
They hoarded magazines and newspapers, and I believe he was out and went to go back in to like save things that didn't need to be saved.
All this garbage. I would pass a house all the time when I was traveling on Ridge a lot, and it wasn't a house; it was an apartment. And in Preston, you could see up in the windows of this house, of this apartment, fairly large apartment, stacks of stuff by the windows, like magazines and bowls and everything just jammed up to the windows.
Yeah. Wow. So apparently those numbers went up a little bit during the pandemic. So we don't have time for another one, do we?
We do not.
We can't hoard a few more stories.
No, well, I'm going to hoard them now. I've got this whole stack right here of stuff from the Just Saying Institute, but we are out of time because we do have a guest who's coming up.
Do it again.
I'm sorry. Where is that?
We have a guest who is coming up in just a little bit. But thank you for stopping by the lovely campus. You should see our dorm rooms.
Absolutely amazing.
The Just Saying
jam full of
Institute.
garbage and dead pets.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. James Murr from Impractical Jokers will be joining us, so stay there. So I can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share two children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares...
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares two children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Neria and Syria.
Yeah.
But Neria, Neriah. Well, listen,
This is
Heaven is
Africa.
11, so
I think it's Neriah, maybe.
Neriah.
Okay,
and
yeah, you're right.
Psoriasis.
Psoriasis and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh.
Diarrhea and psoriasis.
This is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
This is our son Priapism.
She was married to, and his sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where.
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
moved on to
the
somebody
squirts.
else. When you said this initially, that she was getting divorced yesterday,
I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
for a while.
Yeah.
And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
Just mild incontinence.
Well, she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. No, it's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that?
leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt
peed a
bad
little.
for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Which are, by the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
For like a,
I didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere. Not like full on diapers. I could be crapping myself.
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're talking about
they have this huge, like 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love
And then I go around with this huge pacifier. No. Think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great. But
We wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was my break in my big break into radio as I wore diapers to live broadcasts.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker. You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head. I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? Like
I know.
What's your back scratcher in there?
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I'm going to try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right, come on, jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got it.
Oh, man.
No?
God, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm trying to help you.
Albino Johnny
man.
Bravo. I got a diaper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry.
Casey.
Casey's got the right idea.
Casey's got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
It's not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great. Actually.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the cameras.
What's in the
now.
front?
What's in the front? What do you mean what's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
Take me to Super Save tomorrow because I have a sale.
It's business in the front, and then the party's in the
Diaper
back.
in the back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent.
So
Nick,
Nick,
pee and poop.
what I was wearing was...
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
Okay,
What I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Not this behemoth.
All right, well, anyhow.
Brooke Burke's peas or pants.
What's that?
That's how we started talking about.
No, yeah. So
pants.
Brooke Park peas or pants. Yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right, let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single, Rats, has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know. The 26-second excerpt comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
the Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Was it though?
No.
Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash dash dash.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about rats when he said, when I was when I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with rats.
What's that? That's Rocky doing the Rocky.
Exactly. Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
Dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
it's him and Apollo, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, it is. Palo. But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter. Yeah, you don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah. Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good. Who's
doing it?
It's one of the newer
girl?
one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon, long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe. There we go. If you have the clip, yeah. So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight. Excuse me, now I gotta feed the seagulls. What? They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand. You're an idiot! I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was actually about Ghost.
Oh, Ghost.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
All right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman Scooby-Doo. Pleasure to meet you, Ghostman. Can you talk some sense into this bitch? That's how you fight with your woman. Scooby-Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Kevin.
Kevin. Okay, Kevin. Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Yeah. Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do Me With the Devil is not a correct title.
All right, but it's gonna hurt. I have thorns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask
Oh, God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know it.
No.
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the Devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil! All right,
Okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is pain and
Baby's Day Out. Spanish.
It's pain and glory.
Okay.
His production house El Desio announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas.
Yes.
And Penelope Cruz.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will.
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a. What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle. It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know?
And you snatch is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude.
Totally went there.
It sounds less
what's a
FCC
snatch?
offensive.
When you say snatch?
See, you snatch. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snatch?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. Your snatch.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know,
It's not FCC violation.
it's okay.
No.
Should be good.
Yeah.
SNASH. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right, then.
He says Spanish 101.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll
just say a friend of mine.
A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes,
And
this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Murder, suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
They'd done it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed that and because they were especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like so
Very committed to her?
Yes. And it was like one of those deals like, you know, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years?
For years.
Yeah.
They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came
she
by,
called them meshies?
she kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts?
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this okay? Just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay.
Okay.
And she would perform on him.
Okay, so this would be no underwear?
No underwear, just
Okay.
meshies.
Okay.
And she would.
She would
She'd use
show
her mouth.
Her
Yeah,
mouth.
she would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's doing
Fine.
with her
No,
mouth.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he have to have mesh shorts on?
Because they're thinner and as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, you can. There's not as much. It's almost like wearing latex, I guess, or something.
I guess
the mesh
maybe
shorts allows you could feel breath through them.
Yeah.
You could feel. They're aerated a little bit,
Right.
So
Now-
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, so it's one of two reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want
Yeah.
contact.
Was this
was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's one of two reasons. Either
plausible deniability, I think, is what the Meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
You know what?
Take off the damn shorts.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh-on-flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself from marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
Yeah. And for many people, that's you know, I wouldn't besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line.
how do you get excited about that either? You know
Well,
what I
he
mean? Like,
hadn't had it.
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's like Friday night, but ooh, meshy, go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts.
Yes.
Through
Got
the
it.
shorts.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Steve, did you check under the bed?
Yes. Right. Where are my Oreos?
But wait a minute. So would he?
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He
It
was
can
doing a lot
happen.
of
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is set to go via Zoom. We love having him on. We talked to him many occasions in the studio, on the phone, on location, at live shows, and he is going to be at the Free Library of Philadelphia, and he's joined by the amazing David Zucker,
Yes.
the famed Zucker brothers,
Right.
who have given us so many great movies throughout the years. But one in particular they're going to be covering it's a book called Surely You Can't Be Serious, a behind-the-scenes oral history of the classic film Airplane, as told by the writers and directors. And our next guest is going to be hosting this event. We are so happy to welcome from Impractical Jokers, James Murray. Murr, good morning, sir. We can't hear you.
I'm muted. I'm an. It's apparently my first day on Zoom, like a jerk. I miss you guys.
We miss you too.
A little time, I feel like I see you guys more in person, literally, than my family.
It's a lot. We're glad that you're joined today by Nicolas Cage behind you. There's a big cardboard cutout.
Star power.
Yeah.
It's kind of freaking me out.
Yeah.
Is it? I also,
No, I love it.
I also have just a little Ryan Reynolds.
I was hoping Ryan Reynolds would make an appearance this morning on the show.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, Nicolas Cage always is appropriate no matter what the occasion. So yeah.
The best thing with the Nicolas Cage cutout is it freaks guests out. During a party, we'll secretly move it around the party. So there's a bathroom in the hallway. And so when somebody goes in, they're a little drunk, they open the door, they turn on the lights, and they freak the you-know-what.
Yeah. Oh, it's the best. And that looks like maybe from the unbearable weight of massive talent. Is that from that?
I think it is from that.
Yeah. It's great.
Murr, I love the fact that that you're doing this event. You and David Zucker, you guys are friends apparently, and you're a massive fan, like we are, of the movie Airplane, correct?
Absolutely. I went as far as to buy the book, even though Zucker sent me a free one. So now I'm looking to sell it to someone. If anyone's looking for one, I got an extra copy. It's I'm actually in the book. The guys and I from Impractical Jokers are in the book. We've been friends with the Zucker brothers for many, many years now. They're probably the biggest influence on our comedy out of anyone. Right?
Many people can make that claim as well. They've influenced a whole generation.
I vividly remember going to see, I'm sorry to interject here, but I vividly remember going to see that movie. I was a kid. It was 1980 when it came out. And there's so many things I love about that movie, and we'll cover some of these. But one of the things they did, which was at the time was like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. They ran a Warner Brothers cartoon before the movie started. And it was like a Bugs Bunny type thing. Really? And you're like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. So they had me from the very get-go. Even with something as goofy as that. But they're always thinking outside of the box.
Yeah, it's so influential in our comedy. And there's references to Airplane, The Naked Gun all throughout Jokers. And it's so much an influence on our life. It's not only the guys and I in the book, but Zucker mentions my father and I in the book, because my father unfortunately passed a few months ago from Alzheimer's. And to the day he died, he could not remember our names anymore. He had forgotten his past, what have you, from the terrible disease. But to the day he died, he could still quote Airplane.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Isn't that wild?
That's great.
He
Yeah.
knew the lyrics to every Frank Sinatra song, and he knew every joke in Airplane to the day he died. Isn't that amazing?
Well,
That's awesome.
Listen, so there was a time when the comedy went through an evolution, and you had movies like Groove Tube and Kentucky Fried Movie, which the Zucker brothers were involved with John Landis, and so Airplane was a revelation, though, and a lot of people don't realize is that it's based on a movie that my father had loved for years called 0 Hour with Dana Andrews, and you can literally watch almost scene for scene. They did something so ballsy. They took scenes and redid them in a way that I don't ever remember having. I mean, Woody Allen did a movie called What's Up, Tiger Lily, where he dubbed a Japanese spy movie. But the way they did it, using actors who had not been employed in comedy, like Robert Stack, Leslie Nielsen, all of these square-jawed heroes, it was brilliant. So when did you first become friends with these guys?
We were at the Wild West Comedy Festival probably 9 years ago at this point in Nashville, Tennessee, right? And we're at breakfast and sitting across from us are the Zucker brothers. And I freaked out. The guys freaked out. And I said, we have to say hi. We have to introduce ourselves, see if they even know the show, heard of it. We walked over. They told us to politely leave. So that was our first. They didn't know the show, of course, but their kids knew the show. And that was our in, right? So we hit it off with them for a second, traded information and said, even though you never heard of our show, can we send you some DVDs back then? Right. It was like season 4 or 5. And we sent David Zucker all the seasons and Jerry. And literally 3 days after we sent the DVDs, we get an email at midnight on a Saturday from Dave Zucker to the 4 of us. And the email, I have it framed in the house. The email says, guys, just know that if I didn't like your show, you would never hear from me again. That being said, I can't watch your TV show for more than 15 minutes at a time because I have tears of laughter streaming down my face. It is the greatest.
There you go.
Greatest we called each other at 12:05, screaming on the phone like kids. It was wild.
Yeah.
And we just became fast friends after that.
That's excellent, man. That's terrific.
Wow. Yeah, and you guys, I mean, on your show, you take slapstick to a different level, and obviously it's what these guys were doing with Airplane. I contend that there are once you start heading down the path of talking to someone about Airplane, there are so many laughs that you start, oh, what about this? And oh my God, and remember that, and this line, and that line. But two of the most shockingly funny moments I've ever witnessed on on screen came from that, and I'll name them. Number one, the young couple where she says, they're talking about the coffee. I take it black like my men, which are just like, oh my God. And then the scene where Elaine, I think, is the
Julie Haggerty.
flight attendant, Julie Haggerty, and she says, all right, and we're going to have this for dinner and blah, blah. And by the way, does anyone know how to fly a plane? And pandemonium breaks out on the plane. And out of nowhere, a woman's bare breasts just come up and bounce in front of the screen and leave. What was that? I mean, just their ingenuity is incredible.
Well, it was literally just on last night, and I was telling Preston, and you have to watch it where it's not edited, and it was on Flick, so it was completely intact. And it catches me off guard all the time where the stewardess goes back and says, is there anyone know a doctor? Is there a doctor on board? Ma'am, I think the gentleman next to me is a doctor. And Leslie Nielsen is sitting there with his stethoscope. Yeah. And I mean, they play it so seriously. That's the great aspect of it.
Yeah.
So when I got married, Zucker was there at the wedding, and his gift to us, I would have preferred cash. Don't get me wrong, but his gift to us was an autographed page from the actual movie script from 1979.
Wow!
Right? And the scene is Julie Haggerty saying, "Mostly I remember the nights when we were together. I remember how you used to hold me and how I used to sit on your face and wriggle."
Oh my God, Preston. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
It's the best.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Hey, Mur, I didn't know this until recently. One of my comedic heroes is David Letterman, and I subscribe to the Letterman YouTube channel, and he auditioned for Airplane, and he had the Zucker brothers on his show. I think it was 82 or 83.
I just watched it.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it. It was great.
It's on Letterman's YouTube channel, and the fact that Dave who is not a good actor, admittedly not a good actor, tried out for it. I'm glad that they didn't make it, even though I love Dave as much as I do, because it's so much better with the actors that actually ended up in the role. Did you ever talk to Zucker about that?
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to. It's an interesting conversation with Zucker. Is Naked Gun was some of my favorite movies. Of course, O.J. Simpson is in it.
Yes.
In all 3 movies.
Absolutely.
He's great.
And when you get a few drinks in Zucker and have a candid conversation with him, it's interesting, which hopefully we'll do on Monday in Philadelphia.
No, absolutely, because he got that. And then they're also responsible for, I think, one of the great comedies that gets looked over often, which is Top Secret, which is phenomenal. And you'll see a little earpiece there. There's a scene where Omar Sharif, right in the beginning, is they're trying to assassinate him, and they crush him in a car. And so you think he's dead, and later on there's a knock at his daughter's hotel room, and he is in a crushed cube of the car with his little feet at the bottom, and she is going to give him a drink, so she puts the kind of thing you use for an oil can into a thing of high C and puts it into the vehicle. It's hilarious stuff. I mean, the visuals are fantastic.
Top Secret is probably my favorite Zucker Brothers movie out of everyone, and it was underrated for how funny it is.
Very
Val
underrated.
Kilmer, man.
Yeah.
Again, not known for slapstick comedy, is hysterical in the movie.
Yes, and they gave us the anal intruder.
The anal intruder.
Remember that?
So in Zucker's home, in his home, on the wall is the anal intruder.
Oh my God! And by the way, for those who haven't seen it, it looks kind of like a jackhammer with a fist on the end of it. It's unbelievable. All right, so at the event, you're going to be there. Jerry's going to be there. The book is the making of Airplane mainly, and some of the stories that went on behind the scenes that we've never heard.
It's an oral history spoken by the people that created Airplane, and the stories are amazing, incredible. It's a snapshot of probably one of the greatest comedy movies of all time. It's incredible.
Well, you have something, by the way. They were and I don't want to give a lot away. You need to go down and hear it from the main creator's mouth and experience it that way. But there were a lot of hurdles to getting this movie made and made the way they wanted to get it made. They had the vision, but they were the movie companies were saying, "What is this? We don't get it." And then they got it made. And then I remember that movie, and Preston, you go about seeing it in the movie, it exploded. Everyone was talking about it. And then they had the inferior, but still not too bad sequel that they had really nothing to do with. It was that movie was a moment in time that just rocked the world, and then gave hope to other. John Landis started in those kind of, small films and work with these guys. So, it's a cool story.
Here's a gag that people might not even realize is happening during that movie. During every scene that they show on the outside of that aircraft, it's a jet. They have prop airplane sound effects going the entire time. It's brilliant.
It's a jet, but it's got the sound effects of the turbo. It's a very subtle joke throughout the whole movie.
The entire movie. Wow. So outside of talking about this, you guys will touch on some of the other films that we had mentioned. People can ask questions, and you're hosting this, right?
Absolutely. It'll be a very fun, hysterical, informal conversation with Dave Zucker, and you can ask questions in the Q&A section of it, and then autograph signings. It's been great fun. Come on by, bring the kids.
Hey, we had your buddy Joe Gatto on just day before yesterday. He's coming through Philly in January, doing a stand-up tour. You also got a stand-up tour going on, right?
I do. You might at that show in Philly. I'm pretty close to Philly. I live in Princeton, right?
Yep.
So you might see another guest in Practical Joker on stage that night. I'm just saying. I don't know. He's at the Beacon. He's at the Beacon in Philly, right?
The Met, which is our version of the Beacon. Yeah.
Got it. Just know that the date is held in my calendar. I'm just saying.
Okay. All right. That's excellent. Nice. And what's going on with everybody else in the Joker's world? Sal,
we're good. We're good. I'm on tour all over the country. I start tomorrow. I'm doing like 30 cities solo tour. You can go to murlive.com to get tickets. The Joker's tour picks back up in January. We'll be on tour as a group again for the first 6 months. We go back to filming the show in January too. So back to work.
Do you have a travel version of Nick Cage behind you, or is that the cutout?
Yeah. I have a pillowcase of him so I can stay close.
There you go.
Hey, Murr, I haven't watched the show for years as I have, and I'm racking my brain to how far out have you guys ventured to go and film episodes? I mean, obviously you do most of it in New York.
Sure. We filmed a UK episode. We filmed a Hawaii episode. But keep in mind that all those episodes are thousands of miles away. I get paid the same amount of money whether I film a block away from my house.
Right.
Or
You're right.
a mile from my house.
So we know what wins. Yeah. Hawaii might take an upper hand now and then, but end of your block is probably the champ more often than not.
If I could film in my own bed, I would.
I just wasn't sure with as recognizable as you guys are now, if it's hard to pull off some gags in New York.
Nah, there's 10 million people. Most people don't even know who we are. You know, look at us, man. I don't look famous. I look like a pharmacist.
It's true. Spot on, man. All right. Well, listen, the event that Murr is going to be hosting is coming up at the Free Library. It's on Monday. It's at 7:30. Tickets available at freelibrary.org, and you'll get to see a legend in the world of comedy filmmaking, David Zucker, and, of course, one of your favorites from Impractical Jokers. Murr will be hosting the whole thing.
It's awesome, yeah.
Yeah, enjoy, man, and we'll see you back here in the studio sometime down the road, okay?
Miss you guys. I'll see you soon.
Good to see you, James. Murr! James Murray. He's awesome. He's great. He's every time we've met him, super nice guy. And the same thing could be said about our next guest.
Absolutely.
Super nice guy. And what a temperament on him too. He's just so low key. We are happy to welcome to our studio our good friend, Mr. Michael Barkann.
What is up, morning show people?
What brings
Great
you
to
here?
See you. You know, in a red Phillies jacket.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
With leather sleeves. I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, man.
I came to talk about the prostate exam, though.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I heard your doctor conversation. It was fascinating, and your gyno conversation. And the lickety-split line was not lost on me. It was lost on Kathy, I think. But I almost drove off the freaking road.
Thank you.
Oh, my word.
So
Anyway,
your
I'm
level,
sorry, Kathy.
your level of excitement. Obviously, we are all massively
About the
excited.
digital prostate?
About the digital exam.
Yeah. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
They don't give it anymore.
Honestly.
Yeah.
They don't give it anymore.
And-
And I went in there, and the doctor said, we no longer do this. I said, that's why I come here.
Yeah, well, and I'm your dentist. No,
What do you do? That's why you're looking down in the mouth all the time.
Yeah. I can see it from up here.
Hey, Barkann, on your Instagram, you had a
man.
series of pictures of you at the Phillies game. And in the first picture, was that Zood sitting next to you? I couldn't, the guy with the beard, I couldn't tell who that was.
If you let's not mention that again, because there's a significant age difference between the dude that was sitting next to me and Zoo. Like about 30 years. No, I'm kidding. That was my father-in-law. And
okay.
That was Hank Altshuler, and we were at the game, and he needs a little help getting around, so we were in the accessible section, as they say, and we were
Oh, that's the way you
accessorized in
play
the
it.
I walk with a limp. And, so it was great.
Obviously, we got tonight, and thankfully an earlier. And of course, the day that they have the early start, we have a charity event that we have to go to. It's an award ceremony. We're receiving an award. It's a really cool thing.
They
But
literally changed
They've
the whole...
changed it into a watch party.
Into a Phillies
Because it
watch
starts at
party.
5 o'clock.
Originally, Michael, it was going to be like dress up like an affair. Now it's wear your Phillies colors. And basically the award they're going to throw it to us in the audience. Basically,
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
What's the award?
Yeah,
If you don't
it's
mind
with,
me asking.
Cora, which is an amazing charity, and they help out so many people with a wide variety of issues. And we've helped support events with them throughout the year, so we're being honored this year at their annual gala, which is really
That's
nice.
beautiful. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate
awesome.
that.
Awesome.
Well, let's talk about the Phils and the D-backs.
Yes.
Dude, this postseason, this home run derby has just been hilariously fun to watch, if you know what I mean. Like laughing out loud when you see all these home runs being hit.
Yeah, especially with Kyle Schwarber leading off, and now that he's starting to catch fire, you really, if you're going to the game, you have a ticket to the game, you got to get there on time.
Yeah.
So because he'll bop one out of the park before you even get to your seat. He is catching fire, and the entire lineup, they've got 15 home runs in the last 4 games. That is a major league postseason record. So, I don't care if you're talking about Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris, you're talking about Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, you're talking about Barry Bonds and anybody.
Yeah.
It's unreal that they have 15 home runs in 4 games.
It's almost like I said, I find myself laughing out loud. I'm
Because
like,
you can't believe it.
Another one.
Yeah, you can't believe it.
It's incredible, and it's so much fun to see.
Oh, it is. Nick McElwain posted the Gazette.
Pittsburgh Post Gazette. Yes. Philadelphia Daily News. The Tribune.
Yes.
I've been thinking about this team a lot over the last few weeks and last year as well. And I loved the team from 2007 to 2011. They were great. They probably should have won 2 titles. They won 1. The 93 team was really lovable, and the Crux and the Dykstras and Mitch Williams and the whole 9. This is my favorite Phillies team of all time. And it's beginning to end, top to bottom. I love the guys on this team. And the amount of joy that they are bringing to the city, it's just, I've never seen it before. and the thing that I'm trying to keep in mind most of the time is, do not take this for granted, because it won't last forever. We have to enjoy it while we can. I've been lucky enough to go to a few games. The singing along with Callum Scott, the singing along when Bryson Stott comes up to bat. It's one thing after another with every player that's on the field. When the dude gets knocked down by security the other night and the bullpen goes crazy laughing their asses off, that has never happened in this city before. And so I am enjoying every moment of it as much as I possibly can.
Nick Sirianni called that guy, by the way, with the tackle. Yeah, wanted him to try out for the Eagles. Holy smokes.
We talked to him yesterday.
we had him
Did you really?
Yeah.
The security guy?
He's like 6'4", 250 or something.
265.
265.
Yeah. Gary, the security guard.
Gary, the
And
security
kind of
guard.
like even keeled on the phone. Like he was like, well, yeah, I saw it happen, so I had to get out there.
My job.
It's my job.
Well, he did it well, and he came flying at that guy, and I thought his head was going to leave his shoulders. And then Jose Alvarado, did you see him? Oh, my God. That's unbelievable. Can you come out to the bullpen, protect us, please? That was amazing. I'm down with everything you said, the joy part, but also, and this is nothing against the 07 through 11 team, or any other team, but they're just earthier, man.
Yeah.
They're just down to earth. They're real. They go to Xfinity Live after they clinch. If they're home, and they have been home when they've clinched whatever round it's been, and they go over there and they just hang out with they hang out up on a balcony, but they hang out with the fans, and it is absolutely awesome. And what team does that?
No, and so when you talk about, like last year, or and this year, you talk about it. This is the exact moment they're hitting they're hitting their stride. I mean, they are, for it to occur at this point in the year too is insane. You were talking about the home runs, and this is a record that it's crazy. It seems like everyone talks about when a team is in the absolute sweet spot. This has got to be it.
I would think it is.
Yeah.
Steve. I would think it is. And when you think about the main addition, it's Trey Turner. And Trey Turner was nowhere until August 4th, and he got that standing ovation. Well, the question I would like to ask him is, in his heart of hearts, had he not received that standing ovation or even been booed, which I think we're kind of out of that a little bit.
Yeah.
All we want is a day's work for a day's pay. If you're failing to do that, then you get booed.
Right.
But if you're trying, we love you, basically.
Yeah.
And what I want to know is, in his heart of hearts, had he received no standing O multiple times, had he received maybe even a boo, would he still have broken out of that slump to the magnitude that he has? Because this is it. He's batting 500.
Yeah, and
he's batting
actually
500.
He's wondering the same things. I just saw him quoted talking about the crowd, wondering, like, when something bad for the other team happens or good happens for it, he's like, he's like, is the crowd doing this? Like, is the crowd the reason why 3 guys let a ball drop right in front of them? Is that the crowd, or is it, he doesn't?
Well, Casey, it's funny you should mention that, because there was an article, an opinion piece, I think it was in the Inquirer, about the importance of positive reinforcement and drawing it the parallel with the team.
Yeah.
And just exactly what you said, Michael, about that. Yes, it's a perfect confluence of environmental events, talent. And again, they can say that there's another stadium that will rock as loud as Citizens Bank Park will, or the home team. But I mean, it's insane to the volume. They keep breaking the records for the crowd. I mean, you can hear them all over the city when they're there.
Yeah, and Phoenix is going to, I mean, Arizona, they're going to try and break it.
But they're not.
But they pump sound through their
They
system.
pump sound. They don't even know what they're looking at.
The
You know, he kicked the
bastards.
field goal. That was great.
I want to talk about something that
Get outta here.
I don't think is getting enough attention. It's not to say it's not getting any attention.
Yes.
But when the balls are leaving the park like they are at the rate they're leaving, you know, through Schwarber now, Castellanos, obviously Harper and Turner, like all those home runs being hit, not enough attention is being paid to what Aaron Nola has been doing this postseason. And, you know, he was under the microscope a lot this season in the regular season. And, man, has he shown up these last 6 games.
He has shown up, and I think they're going to have a question to answer whether or not they can afford to bring him back. He's 30, be 31 years old. He's pitching lights out. He discovered a hitch in his delivery, the way he strides to the plate, and he changed that, and that was enough to make him into what he was always good. And in this day where guys pitch 4 innings or 5 innings, I can't believe I'm saying that, but really it's turning into more truth than falsehood. He gives you 7 innings. I mean, he might let up 4 or 5 runs on a given start, and I'm talking regular season, but now he's discovered this flaw. He's fixed the darn flaw, and his ERA is under 1. That's earned runs average. That's earned runs over 9 innings on the average. He gives up less than 1. That's insane.
It's amazing.
And we're talking about Zach Wheeler. His ERA, Wheeler's phenomenal. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I mean, but his ERA is like 2.3, and Nola is under
It's a great
under
number 2,
1.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great number 2. And then you got Ranger Suarez on the mound tonight, and his ERA is just over 1. So I'm excited to see how this whole thing ends, and I hope it's with a parade. Well, I'm not afraid to say it.
I can't see this. I really can't see this particular series coming back to Philadelphia. I know the reality that anything can happen over the next couple of games. But what happened the other night with the 10-0 drubbing, I think it just knocked the spirit out of the Diamondbacks. They had a great series against the Dodgers. They played so well against a really good Dodgers team. And we are just showing we're the better team. And Ranger, in my opinion, is the unsung hero of this team. Like, what he brings as the 3rd starter has been remarkable. And he can go longer than he's gone with 5 or 6.
Okay, so that's 3 games. What about the 4th game? Who's going to pitch the 4th game? Preston, I need you. Preston, suit up. It's probably
there.
It's
Put me
probably
in, coach.
no. I would think they'd use
Taiwan?
Christian Sanchez, not Taiwan. Taiwan has had difficulty early in games keeping the runs down, and usually he kind of finds himself later on. If you stick with him, he'll go 7 or 8 innings, and he gets better as the game goes along. But you can't allow runs early on. I think Taiwan's fine for the regular season, and he's signed up for a while, so that's a good thing. But right now, and that's the other thing. Just at the top of the segment, we were talking about Trey Turner. Who else really? Strom? I'm trying to think of the new additions this year that have made a difference. And I really think that sometimes you got to give guys, I don't care if it's business or a team, you got to give people a chance to work together,
Right.
Kind of know each other. And Rob Thompson knows his team. And when we're all sitting there going, why is he batting him there? Why is he pitching it? Why does he get?
Well, I do have a question now, and
Because
this
he
is-
knows.
this
Casey,
is-
Voss Benner, Post Gazette.
This is not necessarily me questioning Rob Thompson, because he has proven over these last, a couple of series that he knows what he's doing. But what I would have liked to have seen in the last game, because it was a very, very low leverage situation, was to put the new kid in as a reliever.
Yeah, Ryan Kirkering.
Yes,
that
He
kid.
did.
Yeah.
He pitched the 9th.
Yeah.
Oh,
You went to bed.
Yeah.
I went to bed.
Like you have an early job.
I was telling
So
you.
then he did it. He took your advice.
Dude, okay, so I was telling that I was so tired the
He
other
was
night.
awesome, too.
And thank God they were up by 10 runs, because I was like, I'm going to go up to bed now. And I went up to bed in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
He pitched the 9th.
Yeah, they lost 11-10. Thanks for watching.
Son of a bitch.
shoot.
There you go.
Okay.
Stupid idea.
I told you to watch.
Put Barkann in.
That's
Please,
really
I'm ready,
funny.
Coach. By the way, who plays Rob Thompson in the movie? John Wayne? Imagine that.
John Wayne.
John Wayne.
I'd love
I'll
to
tell
see
you
that.
what,
Just
Pilgrim.
exhume the body.
Yeah, he's
Exhume
not
the
working on
body.
it now.
Well,
He's not busy.
He's such a low-key
he's not
guy.
big. We can get him. I'll call his agent. We'll exhume him.
He works cheap.
He works very dirt cheap.
Yeah.
Rob Thompson's such a low-key guy, but he really just seems like a calming presence. And you mentioned, this is a really talented team. It's a high-priced team. They spent a lot of money on Harper and a lot of money on Trey Turner. So it's not like they're just thrown together in a bunch of ragtag dudes from Major League, where they're trying to assemble the cheapest team possible so they can move next year. They assembled this team, but and I know it's an overused phrase, chemistry on this team is just unbelievable. They really do seem to like one another. Even when Marsh wasn't playing in the last round, Marsh was on the top of the step of the dugout cheering everybody else on. I love watching these guys, Garrett Stubbs, celebrating the rest of the players on the team.
Yeah, but then Marsh gets in after having not played and crushes the ball.
Yeah.
It's like he's been in there the whole time. That's what I love about it. Baseball is a team sport played individually. You're at your position. You got to do your thing. When time comes for you to take to the plate and get a hit, you got to do that. If not, you fail for that time at bat. The ball gets hit to you. You got to catch it. You got to pitch it. It's a tough sport. You're on. You got to do it. Yeah. And when you look at all the other sports, football, basketball, hockey, they really are played collectively. In baseball, you got 9 guys out there, but everybody's got to do their thing at the time it's required. And if they don't do that, you got a problem.
Well, the perfunctory question is tonight. Do you any predictions or?
Well, I think the Phils
gonna win.
They're gonna win. I think the Phils are gonna win. And on the mound tonight is Ranger, the Ranger, as I call him, Ranger Suarez.
You think we're going to see another, home run fest?
I think we could.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous is in baseball, I think more than any other sport, there are these imaginary vibe lines when you cross. I don't care if it's game to game or from city to city when a team goes from one city to the next.
I was wondering about
or
that.
there's another series, and sometimes it just goes away,
Yeah.
And I don't think that's going to be the case with this team. This is their 3rd series now, and they are just thumping teams. But it does. I want to see that home run, or I want to see that double. I want to see them start to go and to flow one more time, and before I get comfortable. Now they're going against this kid, Brandon Pfaadt. P-F-A-A-D-T. How would you pronounce that? Pfaadt? P-F-A-A-D.
It sounds like a Bostonian fart.
Yeah,
Fought.
exactly.
Farted.
I just farted.
I just farted.
I just farted. Hey, Bobby. I just farted.
Yeah, just kind of fought in the limo.
So
Open the windows. Marilyn's choking.
So Pfaadt's on the mound tonight against Ranger. We'll see. The one thing that always kind of makes me a little nervous is Thompson. I think we're seeing a change in the game because of Rob Thompson. And basically, it seems as if he's telling his guys, you throw as long as you can for as hard as you can for as long as you can, and I'm going to get somebody else in here, and they'll do it the same way. And then hopefully I got enough guys that can pitch tomorrow.
Yeah.
And usually he does. But when you think of Wheeler, Nola would have gone 7 innings, except there was some situation that arose that Thompson said, you know what, I forget what it was, but he said otherwise he would have gone 7. He looked great. I don't think I've ever seen Aaron Nola pitch a better game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was amazing.
It was unbelievable.
Nick had mentioned the 10-0 route and how that could just kind of killed their spirit. I think that. Something like that, a good old-fashioned destruction like that, can also motivate a team to really turn things around. I think more so if it would have been the first game if it was 10-0, but if you're sending them back down 2-0, it may be enough to deflate their expectations.
Well, remember last night with Texas and Houston, because Houston was down 2-0, and we were all saying, well, I guess it's going to be the Phillies, Texas in the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then Houston came back, and they won that game last night. Now it's 2-1. They can tie this thing up in game number 4. So you just don't know. I thought, you're right, the 5-3 game, game number 1, that Arizona team, I don't think they're long on pitching except for Zach Gallen, the South Jersey kid, but they're long on hitting and they're long on scrappiness. Mm-hmm. And I thought they were going to come back, and that really surprised me that they got blanked 10-0. So I don't know if they took the starch out of them, but we're going to find out tonight.
Not to get too
so excited.
It is.
Isn't it exciting?
I know. It's joyous.
I love your haircut, by the way. It's just unbelievable.
You guys should go for Manny Petty.
Yeah.
You know what? Just the petty. I don't do the Manny. You know,
a new shirt to celebrate.
What's the shirt?
My friends at Shaving Grace made an Eagles shirt. And so,
Shaving Grace.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yes. Yeah,
that's
close.
Phenomenal.
Towel treatment.
Can I just ask, if you don't mind, and I don't need to mean to be didactic nor facetious, but I would like that. What movie?
What movie?
I don't know.
Broadcast News?
Yeah, no. It's
Naked Gun.
No, the Woody Allen movie with Nick Apollo Forte. Broadway Danny Rose.
Broadway Danny Rose.
I just could say it. I don't mean to be didactic nor facetious, but that shirt. I forget what I was.
We still haven't got to the question.
I think this is a good time to.
Your fault.
You think of it. I'm going to ask you a question. You think, what
the
your question was?
didn't have to do with the.
It had to do with Broadway Danny Rose.
That was hair.
Shaving grace.
And the mid
grace.
Barber chair. I fell asleep in the barber chair. Hot towel treatment.
Yeah.
Is that setting you off? Anything?
Nothing.
We're trying to get to your question.
You remember you were going to ask me a question?
No, it was before the barber thing. He was going to ask you a question. Then he commented on your hair.
All right,
Michael, look at the pocket watch Preston swinging back.
I'm going to ask you something.
Yes.
All right, and while I ask, you can keep thinking.
All right. I'm getting scared.
By the way, Michael Barkann, NBC for Working Sports is with us here.
When did the format change so that the winner of the All-Star game does not get to host the World Series anymore? Because it was
right. I believe this year.
Okay.
I believe this year, and I think baseball's attendance, its viewership was going down over the years, and they wanted to come up with something that was going to keep the interest in the sport. So they said, how about this? The winning team in the All-Star game will host the World Series. That league will host the World Series. And now, I love the way it is now. Unfortunately, the Phillies lose the tiebreak to Texas, and that Texas would have the home field advantage. But it's only been a year or two since they switched from that.
But we would have it if Houston were to win, correct?
Okay.
Which is weird because Houston won the division.
Right. And Texas is a wild card team.
Yeah.
But if Texas wins, we go to Texas to start the World Series, assuming we advance.
And why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
head-to-head?
Broadway Danny Rose.
Broadway Danny Rose.
They started the season.
Lou. No, the reason is head-to-head. So the Phillies, ready for this? They opened up at Texas to start this regular season. They got swept by the Rangers to start the season, but they won 2 out of 3 against Houston. So all 3 teams have 90 wins. And the tiebreak goes to Texas if Texas is in the World Series, but it goes to the Phillies if Houston's in the World Series.
So to your point you made about they had been fighting waning viewership.
Yes.
And
attendance,
the tweaks
a little bit.
Yeah, the tweaks that they've made, including like the pitching clock and all that stuff. Do you believe it's
phenomenal?
It's brought things back.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
The big thing I think is the pitch clock. It keeps the game moving. Number 2 is they banned the shift by making sure the infielders are on either side of second base, and they have to have their feet at least partially on the dirt of the infield. That has made all that they've increased the size of the bases by just a little bit to try to induce more steal attempts.
Yeah.
I think it's
that's worked. Yeah.
It's worked. It's been great. And then the throwing over to first base. You got 2 shots, and if you miss on the third, then the runner gets second base or any base if he's on second. Are you trying?
How's Ricky Bo feeling about everything? Because he's a realist, and he's the first to spot things that might go wrong.
That name sounds familiar. Ricky Bo. He's doing good. I'll tell you what, I love this time of year because we're all packed in that studio. You got Ricky Bo, you have Ben Davis, you have Ruben Amaro Jr., and then John Clark and Corey Seidman, and of course Tom McCarthy are over at the ballpark. They're in Arizona, and there we are. Mark, our stage manager, Mark Leonard, took that, and that is on a 360-degree camera. It's it's really cool. You can actually see everybody on the other side of that lens if you widened out.
That's pretty cool.
Absolutely awesome.
Actually, the first time I saw you, Michael, was in Barkann and IMAX, which was very impressive.
Yes, unbelievable. Yeah, it's at the Sphere now. I don't know if you know that in Vegas. It's amazing.
Very impressive.
Yes, with you too. Actually, it's Barkann and IMAX, and then you too.
Right.
Yeah.
You're the headliner?
I'm the headliner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, they
I
know
am.
they can't follow.
Yeah, I thought you knew that, Nick. Come on,
There's
please.
no way we're following that.
Where the streets have no name.
Oh, man.
What else? Come on, man. Let's keep it going.
Let's go.
Have you been to the ballpark in
We're
Arizona?
the 3-4 best friends that anyone could have.
Have you been out to it used to be called the Bob. I don't even know what it's called anymore.
One time I was there. We were visiting. I went in just to say I went in and saw it. And I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Kathy didn't like it either. She said she was there when the roof was closed.
I've not been there for a game, but I did see the place.
He said it seemed kind of high schooly.
Yeah, I was there for the game. It just wasn't as impactful as Citizens Bank Park, which is what I'm used to. And it felt like almost like it was like a minor league game or like a high school game.
Yeah. On the one hand, I am all for domed stadiums or retractable roof stadiums. On the other hand, I also feel like you should feel as if you are in a ballpark, not you're in some monstrous structure.
Right.
And the one park that seems to accomplish that the most is Miami because they have these glass panels outside the outfield, and you can see out and you can see the Miami skyline, and that's what brings intimacy, I think, to a ballpark. You could do that in Boston, in Chicago with Wrigley Field, and certainly here at Citizens Bank Park, you see that Philadelphia skyline. So the Vet was a cavern, for goodness sake.
What do you think about doming the link? People keep calling that. That's a battle that goes back and forth.
Doming, I'm all for it.
Yeah,
you know, it's a little different in football, but it just makes for a better fan experience. I will say that if you're going to do it, I would do it in the manner. It's not a dome, really. It's kind of like an A-frame. It's Minnesota, where the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Half of that roof is glass or some kind of see-through material,
right?
So you can see the sun. You feel like they're playing outside, and it's worked out great.
Is it open or closed tonight?
I would think it's. I would think it's closed.
Okay.
I'm almost positive I heard it was closed just because the heat's still such
Still
in
hot, yeah.
Arizona.
Mm.
I think it's 200 degrees there.
It is 200.
Wow.
Yeah,
200. I believe it's
This
very,
morning,
and they have no
anyway,
AC.
They actually sold
They
an
have
air
fans.
conditioner to an iguana.
They did. It's a window unit.
That's an old Carson
It's a
joke.
window unit. Turn it on.
It was so hot, I saw an iguana purchasing an air conditioner.
Well, we have to take a break here in just a second.
No, man,
but,
no.
But your
You kidding
coverage
me?
of the Phils, tell us about that, Mr.
Thank you
Barkann.
so much.
Certainly.
We have a pregame program, and we open at 4 o'clock today, and it's an hour pregame. And I'll tell you what, this is how you can tell that there's such a fervor for this team because the numbers have been up.
Yes,
they're so into the Phillies.
Yep.
And we'll go out to Arizona, talk to Tom McCarthy, talk to John Clark. Talk to John Clark's everywhere.
He is.
Talk to Corey Seidman, and then when the last out is recorded, we're right on the air.
All right.
Yeah, with the post-game show and all the interviews and the analysis with Ricky Bo. I hope he's calm tonight. If he's calm, I'll have to. I slip a Darvon.
Do you?
Yes.
You actually drug him.
Yeah, I drug him just if need be, because sometimes he goes. He can just click. Too far.
You got to watch that, though. You don't want to go full Cosby on him.
No,
Yeah.
Oh, my God. But it's so much fun. I can just lay him down behind the desk.
Well, the action is happening today. It's just so much fun right about now. And
it really is.
We'll be following along with Michael and his buddies and everybody
Preston.
giving us the rundown of what to look for and what we see afterwards.
This is just, it's great.
It's a blast.
Great.
Man.
By the way, there's another team that plays in this town. The Eagles.
Oh, I've heard
And
of those
when we
guys.
come back, we'll take a half-hour lunch.
Stick around for that. All right, now,
Preston, go have a coffee.
good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Michael
Love you all.
Clark,
Thank you.
we love you. NBC Sports, Philadelphia. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back in a second. And we'll have one of your final chances to win $1,000 in Crumb Bum cash. So stick around. B-File coming up, too. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
And told you about this.
And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah,
No,
it's not.
I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend
Meshi's his code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later or?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during
No,
the period.
Well, you knew they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94 through 96 or something like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh yeah,
or- okay.
yeah. I mean, it was because now it's he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
But to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a okay, like a little bit of a turn on? Still?
no,
All right.
no. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time. You know what I mean? They never knew.
People will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah, Meshies.
They shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a Meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts. Really?
Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I
They're a
own.
little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
This guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Now, my friend wears
creepy.
really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That's that was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants.
Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah, he
Like
was
that's
going
the
to
noise
strip.
you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin'.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have to. Jerome Hammond had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
Oh, my
the
God.
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless, and his skull, skin, and features are yet to be fully aligned.
So he basically looks like Kris Jenner.
But he is positive about his recovery.
It is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man. God.
You are the worst ever. God.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
We're half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
I don't look up.
Oh, look at him.
Oh my God, he's great. Give him the mic.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke with
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago, and we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point and had a little
well, he's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time. You don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and she ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours. And now you're a family man yourself, but her ability to write females that and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson in
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better. We've gotten better, though.
So we hadn't seen her talent.
We hadn't seen her talent, yes.
And I suppose Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well, because you come from Hollywood royalty, and
Because of my stripping background.
You were a stripper.
yeah, and
You used to do that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because you're a family, and you've had to prove in yourself on your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin director of Juno died today or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so? You good? Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong...
No, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
I'll give you
trach first.
Wait a minute.
the G spot. Yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. Learned stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G spot
It's
is.
named after a doctor.
Yeah, absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another.
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the.
Lord Cunnilingus.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military
No,
title.
it's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up next to it.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So it's G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot, and let me see. Does it Ernst Grafenberg?
Yeah.
His name Ernst. I guess
Him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right. Anyhow, we
With
have,
your stupid spots.
what I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right. High five, brother. Right
High five.
Did you say A5? What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said, "Hey, five."
Oh, I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey, five, everybody.
Hey, five.
The oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the brain.
Good Lord.
Wow. What it actually? I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh, no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey, five.
Oh, hey, five.
Yeah, hey,
By
five.
the way, so my kids do this thing now where if you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's it's like
What?
it's the nice version.
If you
of
see a
Punch
wild
Buggy.
horse,
No.
Oh, it's a nice version of Punch Buggy. Okay. All right.
Mustang,
high five. Are you a high fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch Buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do
But that
Punch
nobody-
Buggy.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins in that.
Let this Mustang thing breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No.
No.
What do you do? Hey, Mustang. And you put your hand
Mustang, high five.
up? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay. Yellow
is it again?
Yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No, I've done Padiddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight. Mm-hmm.
And Pedaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
One taillight.
That's back heel.
totally
Is
different.
that a different thing?
Yeah, but
it's
a
I,
thing.
Yeah, I saw you go.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, I go, my kids always get me first,
Yeah.
so I finally get to do it. To
I was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
What you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh my
and
God!
Beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which I said, which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes, it's funny though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go,
Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead. And after that, the team took it over and began giving each other high fives after each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan. And there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm-up. And this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players.
Oh, okay.
And they each come out, and then there's one guy standing near the basket, and he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy. And it took coordination as a little bit of a choreography.
Do you have any special...
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that.
Yeah.
But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a three-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Boom.
Mouth butt.
It's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually,
yeah.
it's more like this. Super white.
Super white. Yeah, because like we like didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just as white
black,
as
the
us.
bro shake, and then
Yeah.
Oh, man.
snap.
All right.
You got to do
Hey,
this.
just, wait. He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch pros do this.
Yeah.
There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey's still thinking.
Give it away, you say. Really, Red Hot Chili Peppers? Must have been reading our mind because it is time to do that very thing right now.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
All right, let's do this. The word is follow. Follow. That's our keyword, follow. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways for you to do that. Enter it at WMMR.com or via the MMR app, or you can text the word follow to our special contest short code number that is set up. It is 45911. And one random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com, and it all sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the word is follow, Follow. Enter that now. We have our final look at traffic. Let's get it and see what's shaking. Kathy, what do you have for us?
295 southbound is jammed from 561 to 168. It's an accident that's in the left lane. 55 northbound slowing Deptford to 42. And then we still have that water main break. Route 70 eastbound, right lane closed between 73 and Locust Avenue. On the Schuylkill eastbound, you're slow from Conshohocken into Belmont, the Boulevard to University, westbound side, from Vera Avenue to Girard, and then from City out to Belmont. Jammed on 95 northbound. From the airport to the Girard Point Bridge, the roadway reduced to 2 lanes here. This is through construction. South on 95 slowing from Girard to the Vine Expressway. The Vine westbound slows from 8th to the Schuylkill Expressway. And then on the Blue Route, both directions slowing from Media to Baltimore Pike. This traffic report brought to you by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's get some B-File stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Sports and Social. Cheer on the Birds just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social and Live Casino and Hotel Philly. You can watch a game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contests, Bud Light giveaways, memorabilia, and a bunch more. So this happened in our state. A large feline spotted in Laura Macungie on Sunday that police believe may have been a mountain lion was actually a feral house cat.
Okay. Who would do something like that?
Dude, guilty. Tom Keller, fur bearer biologist for the Pennsylvania Game Commission, said commission officials went Monday morning to Laura Macungie to determine if a mountain lion had been spotted there. State police reported a resident had seen the large cat in the area Sunday morning.
This thing is huge. Walk closer.
Game Commission staff used life-size cutouts. This is how they determine this. They used life-size cutouts of a house cat, a bobcat, and a mountain lion, which they placed in the area of the original picture to determine what animal it was. They also examined scat and tracks in the area. Based on the photos taken using the cutout in comparison to the original photo, it appears the animal in question was a large feral house cat.
By the way,
so that's how they determined it.
Feral cat can get pretty big, not mountain lion big.
No, but listen, I told you guys I saw a cat behind my house,
and you were
for
sure
a moment.
Yeah,
and it was black.
Yeah,
I thought a black panther was on my hill.
We talk about this all the time. It happens in England. We bring it up constantly.
Perspective.
It's because you have nothing to compare it to.
All right, this is a dumb question, but is a mountain lion, puma, and cougar all the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I understand. Okay. So Keller said what happens in these situations is that people will take pictures of an animal by zooming in, which they often throw off the sense of the scale to make the cat seem bigger than it actually is. He said we get hundreds of these every year.
That's wild. When you talk about scat, a lot of people don't know that cougars can scat sing, Case. It's pretty wild.
Right?
Yeah.
I think I might have audio of that. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find it.
So it's been a very long time since a wild mountain lion was found in the state. The last known eastern mountain lion was killed in Berks County in 1874.
Wow.
Yeah, the Game Commission has not been able to confirm a mountain lion sighting in decades, apparently.
Here it is, Steve.
There's a little Stallone impression.
Oh, mountain lion. People thought I was a house cat, but I'm got claws.
Not fat fingers.
That's okay. It's all right. I liked it.
It worked.
It worked.
It totally worked.
It would not have been anywhere near as good. It's impressive that they can make that kind of sound.
A fake lawyer who reportedly won all 26 of his cases despite having no legal training has been arrested in Kenya.
A fake lawyer?
Yeah, the man practicing under the name of Brian Mwenda of Mwenda,
Yeah.
has been accused of being a masquerader who had stolen the identity of a real lawyer called Brian Mwenda in Twiga.
Not that Mwenda.
The fake lawyer won all 26 cases in various Kenyan courts despite not having any legal training, but he has now been arrested after his case caused public outrage and the branch had received many complaints. He allegedly assessed the society's portal and had tampered with the account details of a man sharing the same name before uploading his own picture and claiming to be trained in law.
It's a lot of initiative.
He's
just been hired by Klein and Mwenda.
Brian Mwenda Antigua was contacted by the Law Society after he was unable to access his account and realized that some of the details had changed. And it was only until sometime in September when he attempted to log into the system, activating his profile, and he realized with the intention of applying for his practicing certificate, he realized he couldn't access it. While the cases caused outrage, especially among legal officials, others deem the fake lawyer impressive. Kenya's Central Organization of Trade Unions told the BBC that he was a brilliant young mind who made it without traditional qualifications.
Would a zebra leave these kind of tracks?
Kenya's
Are you sure?
Director of Public Prosecutions has said that Mr. Mwenda may face prosecution after he instructed the Inspector General to carry out an investigation.
Well, somebody should go into law then, if he's that good. I mean, once it gets out.
In Washington State, a driver is recalling the moment when what looked like a boulder dropped from an overpass and onto his car, missing him by just a few feet. It happened early Thursday morning. Daniel Ventimiglia said, for a couple of seconds, I was like, what happened? And then I saw the rear windshield and it was gone. His back window and trunk were completely destroyed. He said it was just a matter of seconds and only a couple of feet from hitting him behind the wheel. He said it was literally like hearing an explosion. It was a loud boom.
Wow.
And I said I freaked out.
Freak out! Freak out!
And apparently someone threw the rock. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it wasn't a full boulder. It was just a large rock.
No, it was a very, very large rock, enough to smash the entire, trunk and windshield.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't know how they did it.
That was a nice boulder.
Yeah.
It's not a very nice boulder.
Apparently, this isn't the first rock throwing incident that's happened in that area. Just last year, police arrested a man for chucking rocks at cars at street level. As for Ventimiglia, he said that he is glad he came out alive. He said he didn't really think twice about it until his wife brought it up to him.
What about that boulder?
Yeah, you could have died,
Yeah.
Coulda doesn't count.
All right, then we'll do one more story and wrap up. In Savannah, Georgia, a resident is seeking answers after receiving a $1.4 million speeding ticket.
Wow.
After being pulled over in September.
You were going 1,200,000 miles an hour.
Sneh Patel is his name.
Sneh Patel.
And he said, I can't imagine someone would have to pay $1.4 million for not showing up for a speeding ticket. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the criminal defense attorney. Cotter Cato is a guy who was driving home when he was pulled over by Georgia State Patrol driving 90 and a 55. Cato said that he knew he was going to get what's called a super speeder ticket, but he never anticipated the fine would be over $1 million. He said, $1.4 million, he said, the lady told me over the phone. I said, this must be a typo. And she said, no, sir. You either pay the amount of the ticket or you come to court December 21st at 1:30 p.m.
That has to be inaccurate.
Patel says you never pay over the maximum amount for traffic violations, and misdemeanor charges in the state of Georgia can only go up to $1,000. He said it's a misdemeanor of a high and aggravated nature. It will be $5,000, but not $1.4 million. That's something that goes on to cases that are drug trafficking, murders, aggravated assaults, and something of that nature.
Can I write you a check?
So according to the courthouse, the fine for a super speeder ticket is set by the judge at the court appearance. The balance reflected in the e-citation is a placeholder, not a fine. Anyone that is caught speeding 35 plus miles per hour receives the placeholder because it is mandatory. And the placeholder is apparently $1 million. Actually, it's $999,999.
So they thought that was the exact amount of the penalty.
It gets them to come to court.
Okay.
Apparently. But they can charge you for it if you don't.
Wow. Well, I've never heard of that.
Pretty outrageous, yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have.
You need a good imposter lawyer to get you off.
The bizarre file for you. All right, let's take a break, come back in a second, and we'll get to the lesson question and the trash and the music news. They're right around the corner. We'll be right back.
Step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry already
You better brush up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth Billy bass.
A big
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head. An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth Billy bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth Billy bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth Billy bass performances,
Well, I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den, he asked Timmerman on his whereabouts.
Where's my fish?
When Timmerman responded that Billy bass
Where is my fish?
How do you get that high?
Where is my fish? It was right here.
When Timmerman responded that Billy bass was...
You can see the silhouette. It was right there.
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch.
that Billy bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait, where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on
He
accident.
was aiming for Shemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you don't want police responding to any domestic situation, but when it's one involving a big mouth Billy Bass,
That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You would have been, yeah. I think you would have had a story to tell after
it's a
that
story. The Sherry's Berries are of that ilk.
I just
They
want
are
to give
excellent.
them some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. You just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
You
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother?
Good.
I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't he?
Start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo.
You.
Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the
like-
strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that. Let's
thinking
go back to-
Sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In general,
Like trying to do it yourself.
it's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what is this, guys?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know you are.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
That'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be
ball
able to.
sacks are ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are ball sack. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth.
It's like Max
sacks are yummy. Do it slowly. And
Oh,
see if
okay.
It's even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
You just made a mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said...
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let cold cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes Cold Cooter.
The shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. Like, nobody really
But
said
I mean,
anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy Cold Cooter, I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
It's inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
But they
You
never
know,
do it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. And two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon. I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
We watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah.
but I was just
different.
surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
Just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
There
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
Okay, yeah.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay!
I've not
and
seen it.
loud!
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in her, I'm in love with the dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. It feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
on the
really?
Call it the Hershey Highway.
Are you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis by penis
by penis
by penis.
I'm working my way through.
Nick,
obviously, we're approaching it with sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See,
I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
Very different Michael McDonald.
right,
It's the one from
I know that guy.
Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this guy.
excellent. He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and
Okay.
he plays the other gay dad.
It's not the one from
the Doobies.
the Doobie Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what they call it? A Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This
damn
is
it.
Tom Johnston.
That's Tom Johnston. There you go. That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me, cause I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called, what's it called, Loud House?
Well, that's
Yes,
Michael
yes.
MacDonald, right? And this is Michael McDonald?
You might
Or
be
are
right.
they both? Mick.
They're both McDonald.
Both Mick.
Oh,
M-C-D-O-N-A-L. Hey, Ron Jones, 93.3 WMMR. Just saw him a little while ago at the MM barbecue. The man is phenomenal.
Damn good.
Yep.
Golly.
Name of that song is Blood in the Water. It's 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. Preston and Steve show. And let's see, what we got going on? Oh, yeah, we got to give some stuff away. We have a lesson question. And for the prize today, we're going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks. Our buddy Burt Kreischer. Burt is going to be performing at the Tops Off World Tour Saturday, April 27th, Santander Arena in Reading. And the question I'll ask for you this morning, from about 6:50 this morning. Who was the third guest when Tommy Lee was on Bill Maher's podcast? It was Tommy, Bill Maher, and who else? Or what else? 215-263-WMMR. If you were listening, you know the answer. You should call right now because we got a prize associated with this. Here we go.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Now, I'm going to guess that it's brought to you by the Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions in Glen Mills, the #1 rated haunted attraction in America, open now through Halloween. You can get tickets and reserve your time now at thebatesmotel.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Tekashi 69. We all love Tekashi 69. He's been arrested in the Dominican Republic after allegedly assaulting a music producer. The less than brilliant young rapper issued an apology to the producer and to quote, all the domino republicoids.
Hey!
Britney Spears. I don't know if you saw this yesterday in a new book revealing that Justin Timberlake also cheated when they were together and stepped out many times with another celebrity. She claims Timberlake did his best to hide it, but she often found signs that he had been sleeping with Britney Spears.
Oh, my God.
And Marion Doe, you know, that Chargers fan who blew up on social media for her emotional reactions during Monday Night Football, is refuting a theory that she is a paid actress. Said Marion, quote, the whole notion is so ridiculous and so insulting that I find myself driven to the depths of despair, lights dim and seen.
All right, we are looking for the answer to this question. Who was the third guest when Tommy Lee was on Bill Maher's podcast? 215-263-WMMR. We are going to go to, let's see, Ron, and see if we can get the answer. Hey, Ron, morning, bud.
Gadzooks,
brother. All right, so who was that third guest on Bill Maher?
That'd be his liver.
His liver, yes. Tommy's liver, to be specific. Yep, hang on, Ron. So you got it right. We're going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks. Burt Kreischer, Tops Off World Tour, Saturday, April 27th at the Santander Arena in Reading.
And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, so Saturday Night Live confirmed on social media that Foo Fighters are booked for October 28th.
How about that?
Yeah. One of my favorite comedians is the host.
Nate
Bargatze.
Nate Bargatze will be hosting, yeah. And the last time the band made an appearance there was November of 2020, so it's been a handful of years, but they are back around, and they will be featured. Kiss kicks off the final leg of its end-of-the-road world tour farewell trek today. And that will be at Heritage Bank Center in Cincinnati. The iconic group will play 26 more shows in North America, calling it quits on December 1st and 2nd at Madison Square Garden in New York City, where they got started. The usually stoic Paul Stanley said that he is starting to feel emotional about the impending end of the band. He said to plan something and then to see the end imminent, it's very different than seeing it far away. So, yeah,
Why don't you shake it off your pussy?
there certainly is a reality that hits home. He said, you're on the train and you can see the station. Hector.
Billy.
The end of
Tony, T-O-N-I. Tony, T-O-N-Y.
And you could do T-O-N-E. too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Charlie, C-H-A-R-L-I. C-H-A-R-L-I-E.
The end of the road.
So many chickens.
The End of the Road World Tour began January 31st in 2019.
So this is obviously they're touring, but there will, as we said before, more than likely be one-off shows here and there.
I don't know.
Do you think this is it?
I think.
What have you heard that I haven't?
I think it might be it. Though,
Is it because of the chicken list?
Though Kiss staged a purported farewell tour in 2000.
Yeah, that didn't take.
No, which was the last of the original
So
lineup.
many coffins to sell.
Stanley and Simmons insist that the End of the Road is a true farewell tour. Stanley said, despite the rumors, do not expect the original members Ace Frehley or Peter Criss join Kiss.
That ain't ever happened.
At any point of the current tour.
Yeah.
Eric Singer is Kiss's current drummer, and Tommy Thayer is its lead guitarist. Let's see. Sorry.
So much music news.
Stories stuck together here. Former Five Finger Death Punch guitarist Jason Hook has shared a new single and video for Justice Will Be Done. Solo project is with his new band, Flat Black.
Flat Black.
Yep, and he's joined by singer Wes Horton and bassist Nick Diltz and drummer Rob Pierce. They made their live debut in August, opening for Godsmack. Hook commented on his new band, saying, I feel like Flat Black is a secret I've been keeping for 3 years, and it's finally time to unleash this band to the world.
Do you like that name, Flat Black? It's a little
interesting.
Yeah.
So it's like, a color.
Yeah.
Flat black. So, and then, in case I'm going to have this clip at the end. It was from a few days ago. After a year of releasing singles on each full moon, Peter Gabriel has finally shared details about his new album, I.O. The press release describes it as 12 tracks of grace, gravity, and great beauty, and will be available on CD, Blu-ray, and vinyl on December 1st. He recorded a lot of
with
it
a vegetable peeler
at his home studio with musicians that he's worked with throughout his career, and includes mass strings of the New Blood Orchestra.
Huh.
I.O. will be Gabriel's first album release in more than 20 years, by the way. So we may not have the clips to play. Okay. So Steve sent these over. This is Ozzy in an interview. You remember the famous story of Ozzy Osbourne snorting ants?
Yes.
A line of ants. This was with Motley Crue.
With
right?
Motley Crue, a bad influence on Ozzy. He was really pretty much a choir boy.
And is it over?
I thought it was. Here it is. Yeah.
There you go.
So this is him confirming that. Mm-hmm. So here we go.
To that point, did you actually snort ants?
Yeah.
Did he actually snort ants, Mum?
I was not there, thank God. I used to try and stay away from Motley when they were with Ozzy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I did.
And then
snorted ants.
He would apparently pee himself on stage.
Oh.
All the time.
Yeah, so here's him talking about that.
Are you talking from experience?
Yeah. Like when I'm when I was on stage, when I was on stage, I used to go off and piss on the stage. Just piss. Because wet anyway, throwing water around.
Oh, Lord. Thanks for sharing.
That literally sounds like a conversation between my mom and dad.
Really?
Like when we ask my dad questions, she's like, "What? Scott, stop telling that story." And it sounded like him saying, "Yeah, it's true."
How many
It's true.
stories? Now, do you think there's some apocryphal stories slipping in there with this?
Yes.
Okay, but
That's
Janis
why
Joplin
we
is your
don't-
mother.
We don't know. Like, yes, Janis Joplin is definitely my mom. I miss mommy.
Yeah.
But no, there's because there's other stories, and we're like, and
That just becomes
everyone-
part of legend.
Like, there's always somebody that can say, yes, that's
Right.
true, I was there, or whatever. But there's some that come in, and we all look at each other like, has anyone heard this before? Can anybody validate this?
I love that. I love
They're
that.
still there. There's still some secrets that will never be revealed, probably, and some that still trickle out.
Well, and also stories that were not like, is that true? We don't know.
Okay.
Like maybe he made that up in his head and he thinks it's true. We don't know.
Do you jot them down or just have?
I know.
You should record them just
Steve,
for chronology is what I'm attempting to say. My mouth not working today.
I gave him the same recording device that you gave your
Yes,
dad,
yeah.
and he has not touched it.
He has not done it.
No.
I would like to hear.
Too much work.
Laid out.
It's not, though. It's like the easiest thing. You literally hit record.
No,
and
I'm just saying for your dad to go back and recount all that stuff. It's too
Yeah.
much work.
He's too busy
He
falling
lived
off
it, Daddy.
ladders.
He lived it. All right, that's it in music news. Let's take a break. Let's come back. Let's wrap this program up, people. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize when we return.
He had a hit, with a
I don't know what animal you just
I
said.
don't know.
I don't know what
Neither do
noise. I don't know what noise to make.
and the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald.
The Loud House.
The Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here? Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator.
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
And showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
And
What happened to the skeleton man? He created Full House.
I don't know why you're still here.
Don't even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey,
Right.
pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table because they currently were the winners of, and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, no, they're right.
No,
I'm like,
you own the table if you stay at the table
and keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out
Yeah.
to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
But
But maybe
apparently
they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters
but
there.
they left.
I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament.
Because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is this? This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of
This is
dicks.
what you do.
You should have done the thing that
this is your thing
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know we're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and
So
go.
the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
You know? Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
I love it. But some people did have to make a night of it on Friday. And one of the stories that we didn't get a chance to hear was from our intern, Christy, because she was up at the Cardboard Classic with us and made a break for it on Friday after the Cardboard Classic. And we heard, now I've already heard the story, but I'll let her tell you
I
guys,
haven't, yeah.
that she ended up having to stay with a stranger, that a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it. I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Christy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left at, there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out trying to get out of there. And
what time?
Yeah.
What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
It was
12:15.
12:15.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car, went to the bathroom, all that stuff, and then so I started to leave, and right as I'm leaving, a fire truck must have like exploded or something.
Exploded?
Onto the road. It just tipped over. Someone said that they were going like 90 miles an hour down the road, and there was no they weren't clear.
You don't exaggerate much, do you? It went from exploded to tipped over to 90 miles an hour.
No, someone did say it was 90 miles
It was
an hour.
okay.
down the road.
Not even the most finely tuned vehicle could travel down that road at 90
Well, it was
miles.
traveling at 9 miles an hour because it had exploded and it was flying forward, Preston.
Got it. Okay, so anyhow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So there was no getting down the road essentially.
So there was an atomic
Yeah.
bomb blast.
Yes.
So you're looking to get out on the road and get home. Where do you live, by the way, here?
I live in South Jersey.
South
so-
Jersey, okay.
Yeah,
and
just
what
right over the
road
bridge.
is this, by the way? Is this like, did you get out of?
I got out of the resort, and right in front of me, like I was the next car to go, a police officer started putting flares up and everything.
Casey,
so-
whatever that road is that goes to the resort.
940.
940. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyhow.
So they were redirecting traffic up this hill. It was like the steepest hill I'd ever seen in my life.
There are a lot of them there, yeah.
And trying to drive up, I make it maybe halfway up, and I start rolling backwards. And I don't know what to do. I've never driven in these conditions before. So I'm just sitting there. These people come up to me and said, we'll push you up the hill. We don't really know what we're doing, but we'll push you up the hill. So I'm like, all right, you know better than me. And then this woman comes out of like the thicket. And
she just comes walking out of the
woods?
It appears to
Great
me
storyteller.
that she was coming out. It appeared that she was coming out of the woods. She, I did learn that she had parked her car up there, and she lived on this really steep hill. It was like a development of houses, and she says, "Can I get into your car and I'll help you?" And she helps me, and she can't get my car up the hill, so
So
she's
she
like,
gets behind the wheel.
She
Yes.
gets behind the wheel.
Because she's done this before. We
Yes.
assume because she lives next to this stinking hill.
Yes,
Okay.
so she knows what she's doing, but my car's an old person car, so we're not going to get up the hill. So she decides to reverse down the hill, and as she's doing that, I kind of, I'm really grateful for her, and I'm thankful that she helped me, but I kind of start to realize that she reeks of alcohol.
Oh boy.
So,
seriously?
Man.
Yeah. So I was like,
And it's noon.
all right, well, like the cardboard class is going on. Maybe she was like, there, and maybe she was not there.
But she was thirsty, right?
She was thirsty, and she goes, "Is this your coffee or mine?" And I said, "That's mine." And she just proceeded to drink it anyway.
She just picked up coffee and started drinking it.
Okay, I didn't know that this is where the story was going.
Okay.
Yes. So
At any point did she call you a dirty bird?
no, we
Dude,
didn't
that's
get there.
what I thought immediately. Misery. All right, go ahead.
Seriously.
Well, I need to jump.
What's your name, Annie?
Was this right near the lake by any chance?
It
Or,
might have been,
right near like Split Rock, there's another lodge.
yeah, it was right near the lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to
Yeah.
traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
But you
where this
potentially
is.
have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to help. But you're thankful
Drinking her
for it.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee.
her.
Yeah.
Yes, and
At least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And
nice.
she gets my car down the hill,
You have any birth control?
and then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm going to end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help
behind
you. I'm
the
going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and, you know.
So you guys had to walk there. You had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Yes.
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like, less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and, things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him, so she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help, so that's why she can't go see him.
Oh,
and there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s, 50s, something.
Yeah, an
not
adult
like a
girl.
teenage
Grown woman.
Yeah,
My boyfriend.
On this Thursday morning, coming to the end of our program for the day. Moving on to bigger and brighter things, we would like to thank our guests on the show today. We had James Murray from Impractical Jokers. He's going to be at the Free Library, and that will be on Monday. And there's a Q&A going on. David Zucker.
Which is so cool.
Promoting his book called Surely You Can't Be Serious, The True Stories of Airplane. And Murray will be there, and they'll be talking about a lot of the other Zucker movies as well.
Who knew he was best friends with Zucker?
Yeah. And thank you also to Michael Barkann. And he is going to be doing the pregame coverage today and postgame coverage before and after the Phillies. We were just getting his take, and he thinks they're gonna win today, and we're stoked to get this game underway, man. We will be at the Cora Love and Action Gala tonight, which is turned into the Love and Action Gala and Phillies Watch Party, Hotel Monaco in Center City, Philadelphia. So the Preston and Steve Show receiving an award, which is really cool, and we appreciate that. But also, since the game has such an early start, we'll be able to watch it.
I think it's really the game and featuring Preston and Steve show wins an award.
Yes. The Puppet Show and Spinal Tap.
This is not a joke. You guys quite literally will be speaking in between innings. So there's going to be a TV commercial break. It's going to be after the Phil's bat in the 5th or 6th inning.
Yeah.
Go to commercial. Preston and Steve hop up on stage. Thank you. Move on. The game starts back. Up.
All right.
What's the award?
LLS. I mean, not LLS. Jesus. Team Core. I'm gonna leave right now.
It is Cora. Each year, Cora recognizes individuals or organizations who have selflessly dedicated their time, talent, voice, and resources to empowering families, transforming communities, and affecting positive and lasting change that inspires others to take action.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what we're getting today. Yeah. And then I also would like to reiterate what we are doing. We made an announcement this morning. It's the Preston and Steve Dorm Decor TikTok Tour. And if you live in a dorm room or you know someone who does, you need to be aware of this because we have a $1,000 prize to give away, and it is courtesy of our friends at College Ave Student Loans. And all you have to do is make a short video of how awesome your dorm room is. And you start it off by saying, "Hey, Preston and Steve." And then you can just follow the information at PrestonandSteve.com, but we'll post that up. We'll get votes going, and then we'll get a winner $1,000.
Can't wait to see some of these submissions.
Yeah.
I'm so nosy.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. How you doing, Pierre?
Excellent, thank you.
Fantastic.
Lovely day outside.
Is it?
Yeah. Perfect fall day.
Wonderful.
You can always tell when Bill Weston rides his motorcycle.
Yes.
That it's a perfect day outside. And he's organized enough to look through the rest of the day. And if he brought his motorcycle,
good weather.
It's going to be a good day all the way through.
Absolutely. It'll be made that much sweeter by your radio program.
Oh, you're the best.
Thanks, man. Shall we
marry me?
Did you give me a letter?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
sure.
we'll take it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
V as in victory.
All right, and we have we're hoping for a victory tonight, and we're hoping for one more letter tomorrow and a victory for you, winning a 4-pack of tickets and a photo op with the amazing John Cleese for his show, An Evening with the Late John Cleese. Wednesday, October 25th, Kimmel Center Academy of Music, and tickets are on sale now at kimmelculturalcampus.org. So we will give that away tomorrow. Looking forward to it. What's happening on the program today?
We have a lot of things going. Last week for Crumb Bum Cash, noon, 3 and 5 today, for example. We've got a request for a block of positive songs, upbeat, energetic songs to get you through. So we're going to do that. Then we're going to do either the Doors or the Dropkick Murphys. I'm not sure which.
No.
But it'll be a D band, D or D, Doors or Dropkick.
Do you think he was going to say D-bags?
Yeah.
There's that too.
D-bags.
And then Bill had an idea for another theme block of songs with bands named Phil and
Right.
Oh, yeah.
or Phillies.
Yeah.
So we might get to that today.
Okay.
I really don't know.
Okay.
But stay with us
Stick
and you'll
around.
find out.
Yeah, we'll find out together.
You have to be moved in a certain way.
Well, we're going to follow the wind, the way it goes.
Right.
And not sail against it, which I often
Like
do.
the Vikings of yore.
Exactly. I feel it blowing now.
Isn't that Leaf
It's a-
Robert?
It's a southwester. You've heard of nor'easters. This is a southwester.
Yeah.
This is a southwester.
That's how you get
today.
back.
Wow.
Yep.
All right, well, I'm going to take this moment to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show. Sometimes I don't know how to get out of it. Brought to you by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow for our No Sad Bro Friday, we have some friends that are going to be joining us. This is great. We are going to have comedian Michael Yo in the studio.
Hey, yo.
We will have comedian Jared Freed in the studio.
Wow.
We will have Adam Weiner of Low Cut Connie in the studio.
Yes. Nice.
Getting ready for the Jerry Blabbett tribute, which is taking place.
A few
this
tickets
weekend.
remain, by the way, for the show Saturday night and our big show Sunday from 7 to 10 on the radio.
Absolutely. All right, that is it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. And there was one more thing. Oh, yeah. Go Phil! That was it. See you, gang. Bye-bye.